Wednesday, we will have the singing of O Canada, today being led by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, quand moi se porter le père, il se porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée, des plus brillants exploits. God gave one hand, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Order statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to honour the life of a wonderful young man, Scott Knowles, who just recently lost his life in a very tragic accident. Scott was a well-loved and respected man in the community of Miramichi. As a youth, he played sports and excelled at school, while at the same time dealing with a severe case of Crohn's disease. At one time, he was forced to undergo 4 surgeries in 9 days. While this type of odds would have stopped others, Scott persevered through it all. He then went on to follow in his dad's footsteps and became a pharmacist. Miramichiers were so delighted to have him return to our community and work with his dad, Stan, in managing their businesses. He was a caring and excellent pharmacist. In his private life, he was always an active community member, a treasured friend, and a devoted son. Today, our community mourns the loss of a great role model for our children and a leading man in our community. Stan, Jean, Tara, and family and friends, you are in my thoughts and prayers.
Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will rise later today to table a bill that seeks to amend the Canada Labour Code. As we all know, illness or injury can strike anyone at any time. This year alone, hundreds of thousands of hard-working Canadians will be struck with catastrophic illness or serious physical injuries that prevent them from making a contribution in the workplace and providing for them and their family. They'll need time off, in some cases a lot of time off, to recover. But today, they have just 12 weeks to recover before they must be back on the clock or risk losing their jobs. For many, this will not be enough time, and the suffering will intensify. The amendment proposed in this bill will extend the eligible period from 12 weeks to 52 weeks, during which a worker suffering from a serious injury or illness is able to return to the job without fear of losing their position. If passed or adopted by this government, this bill will ensure that Canadians suffering from serious injury or illness have some peace of mind during their recovery period, and will increase the likelihood that they will be able to join the workforce in the same capacity and in the same position they held before they were forced to leave. This is fair and right, Mr. Speaker, and I hope my colleagues will agree and support this legislation.
The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Bay of Fundy is a Canadian icon that boasts the highest tides in the world. It stretches 270 kilometres between the provinces of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, is home to over 12 species of whale. It is also home to the world's oldest reptile fossils and Canada's oldest dinosaur remains. I'm proud to say that Bay of Fundy is the only Canadian entry left in the new 7 Wonders of Nature competition. This global competition allows individuals to vote for their 7 favorite wonders. At the end of the voting process, the 7 entries that receive the highest number of votes will be named to the new 7 Wonders of Nature. The contest deadline is November 11th of this year, so I encourage all Canadians to vote for the Bay of Fundy at www.new7wonders.com and ensure that this Canadian icon gets the international recognition it deserves. Thank you.
The member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tonight will mark the beginning of what are called the Days of Awe in the Jewish calendar. Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, and Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, are observed by Jewish families around the world. On behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada, I extend our best wishes to those observing these important days. For myself, I shall be spending time celebrating and reflecting with my own family. Mr. Speaker, may this be a year of sweetness and harmony, a year of peace and justice. Shana Tova.
The honourable member for Richmond. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in the House to offer my sincerest gratitude to the people of Richmond Hill, one of Canada's most diverse communities nestled in the heart of the GTA. I am deeply humbled that the good people of Richmond Hill have given me their confidence to represent them here in Canada's Parliament. Mr. Speaker, since being elected, I have spoken with many residents, businesses, and volunteer organizations, listening to their concerns and conveying our government's resolve to work tirelessly to fulfill our promise to maintain a stable economy with a greater emphasis on Canadian families.
We will do it.
With much conviction, we will strive to ensure that every citizen feels included and that the concerns of today are addressed so that they do not become the worries of tomorrow. For we know, Mr. Speaker, that the prosperity of our great nation as a whole depends on its regional strengths and successes. Our strong, stable, national conservative majority government will ensure the future prosperity of Canada, a country anyone would be proud to call home.
Now, there's a great member of Parliament.
The member for Squamish Juan de Fuca.
Mr. Speaker, the Juan de Fuca Salmon Restoration Society is a group of extremely dedicated volunteers working in the area from the Souk Basin to the San Juan River in my riding. 12 creeks and rivers stand to benefit from their work in rehabilitating and restoring all-important salmon habitat. The Salmon Restoration Society and wild salmon advocates like Alexandra Morton have been working hard to protect Pacific salmon habitat so that local streams will once again produce the salmon so important for First Nations, sport fishing, recreation, and tourism. The Salmon Restoration Society is a very successful partnership of community volunteers, small businesses, local governments, Royal Roads University, and the Souk and Pachidat First Nations. On September 25th, the Society opened its Charters Creek Salmon Habitat Restoration and Interpretive Center. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the dedicated volunteers and also all of those who donated equipment and supplies in order to help restore salmon habitat on the west coast of Vancouver Island in my riding.
The member for Okanagan Shuswap. Okanagan Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, at 7 p.m. next Tuesday, October 4th, at the National Library and Archives on Wellington Street, the member from Kildonan, St. Paul, and I, together with Samaritan's Purse, will be hosting a special screening of Listen Up TV's new documentary, Unashamed Journey of Hope. The documentary is a story of Sarah from the heart of Addis Ababa, a young girl who was exploited, trafficked, and robbed of her self-worth. The documentary tells of her journey out of darkness and back to dignity and hope as she experienced God's unconditional love and builds a new life for herself and her young daughter. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to this event so that we all can be aware of our work ahead to help women that are being abused and exploited in Canada and abroad. Thank you.
I'll be there. The honourable member for York Centre.
Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, begins tonight. Jewish families in York Centre and across Canada will be gathering to celebrate this important holiday, reflecting on our past and praying for a brighter future. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a new year and a new era for relations between Canadians and the Jewish people. I thank the Prime Minister, the Minister of Immigration and Minister of Foreign Affairs for standing with the Jewish community of Canada. In combating anti-Semitism, our government is leading the world. Canada refused to participate in the Durban 2 and 3 conferences. We have taken a principled stand against this growing form of anti-Semitism, from standing up for a negotiated two-party resolution between Israel and Palestine to announcing support for a three-year national task force on Holocaust research, education, and remembrance, to creating the Communities at Risk Security Fund to provide grants for synagogues and Jewish schools, to becoming the first country to sign the Ottawa Protocol. Our government has demonstrated unwavering support for Israel, the Jewish people, and for human rights around the world. Best wishes for a happy, healthy, and sweet New Year. Shana Tova.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie et de la Madeleine. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the exceptional involvement of citizens of L'Anse-à-Valo in the Gaspésie region who for 20 years have fought relentlessly to ensure that the importance of the role played by Pointe à la Renommée in Canada's marine history be recognized. The dedication of Ms. Blandine and Priscilla Poirier and Marianne Côté of the Local Development Committee of L'Anse-à-Valo has finally paid off, enabling the recognition of the creation of the Canadian Maritime Telegraph Service. Thanks to these women, the construction at Pointe à la Renommée in 1904 of the first marine wireless system in North America by Marconi himself was recognized as a National Historic Event by the Historic Sites and Monuments Commission of Canada. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Ms. Poirier and all the team of the Local Development Committee of L'Anse-à-Valo. Thank you.
Canada's Maple Ridge Mission.
Speaker, today is the Terry Fox National School Day Run. On this day, school kids across Canada will honor the memory of Terry Fox by running to raise money for cancer research. Through their actions, they are demonstrating the power of Terry's legacy and proving that cancer can be beaten. I am proud to note that through the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, our government is funding $171 million for cancer research this year alone. This funding is supporting initiatives such as the Terry Fox New Frontiers program in Canada, a partnership between the Terry Fox Research Institute and the Institute of Cancer Research. $13 million has been invested in this program to support Canadian research programs in cancer that explore new frontiers in cure-oriented research, just as Terry Fox pushed through New Frontiers. It is with pride that I can say that our government's investment in research programs are helping us make headway in the fight against cancer. By investing in health research today, all Canadians will benefit tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Saint-Bruno, yes, that's me.
Le Président,
Mr. Speaker, close to 90 years ago, Canadian women obtained the right to vote. Close to 80 years ago, they were legally recognized as being persons. Another milestone was reached during the last election when the NDP fielded a record number of women candidates. Thanks to the support of the Canadian public, the NDP is now composed of 40% of women. I am very proud of having participated in this historic moment. And I'm also very proud of having been elected the chair of the NDP Women's Caucus, and I thank my colleagues for their support. The evolution of the status of women in the Western world has created a ripple effect that can be felt today across the planet. The Saudi Arabian women have obtained the right to vote, and it shows that Canadian women have been leaders and have left their impact in numerous societies. We must continue this good work and not neglect the importance that our actions will have on the future of billions of women in the world. Thank you.
Order, the Honourable Member for Cirrus Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has been given a strong mandate by Canadians to deliver on our election promises. Earlier today, the Agriculture Minister welcomed the report of the Industry Working Group on Marketing Freedom. The report included input from over 50 individuals or organizations representing virtually all aspects of the grain value chain. Unlike the opposition's fear-mongering, the industry experts have confirmed that the sky would not fall in an open market, but that the sky is the limit. The report will help our government fulfill our long-standing promise to allow Western Canadian grain farmers to decide how they market their grain, whether that's individually or through a voluntary Canadian wheat board. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members follow the leadership of this government and support our farmers.
Order. I think the microphone malfunctioned. Oh. We'll move on to the Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadrat. Sorry, I have Vancouver Quadra on my list. I see the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre is rising. Sorry. Problem with the mics? Order. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I want to tell this House about how a seed planted by passion can grow and spur corporate social responsibility. Today is the third annual food fundraiser, Compassion into Action, benefiting the Greater Vancouver Food Bank. This event began in 2009 when Aaron Stevens, founder of Naturepath Foods, was inspired after hearing the Dalai Lama speak in Vancouver. His family began Compassion into Action, which raised more than $300,000 in the last 2 years, supported by local companies such as Van City, Ethical Bean Coffee, and Olympic Dairy. Together, they have been able to feed more than 12,000 families in need throughout the Vancouver Food Bank. I supported this initiative from the beginning, and now I want to congratulate all of the businesses involved and the Stevens family for their investment in those less fortunate in our community, and hope for the day when we will no longer have need for food banks.
Member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, our government's top priority remains completing the economic recovery. With the global economy still fragile, Canadians gave us a strong mandate to implement our low-tax plan to create jobs and economic growth, a plan that is working. The Bank of Montreal Deputy Chief Economist told the Finance Committee yesterday that, quote, compared to policy making in the rest of the world, Canada's economic policy making has been exemplary. While the NDP does what it can to oppose jobs and growth, while still too many Canadians remain out of work, our government continues to remain focused on Canada's top priority. In my riding of Mississauga-Streetsville, people want to get back to work. Our government is supporting those efforts with initiatives such as the hiring credit for small businesses. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to keep Canada on the right path.
The honourable member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, 30 years ago, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled in its reference on the patriation of the Constitution. That new Constitution brought beneficial changes, such as the Charter of Rights, that ensured that individual rights prevailed over state rights. But Quebecers today have been recognized as a nation, and yet are the only Canadians who were forced to accept that Constitution against their will. The NDP proposes a third way to reconcile the aspirations of the Quebec nation and the fact that we want to belong to Canada. The sovereigntists want to break everything up, and the Liberal Conservatives have given up trying. But the NDP is proposing a way of the future to recognize and protect the distinct character of Quebec by keeping the proportion of seats that Quebec has in the House of Commons, and by protecting language rights in workplaces under federal jurisdiction. In a series of other measures, we will prove that we don't need to relive Meach or Charlottetown to be able to concretely recognize the Quebec nation. That is building the Canada of the future, and that is the path traced by Jack Layton and the NDP.
Order. The honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
Monsieur le Président, ce lundi.
Mr. Speaker, a overwhelming majority of the members of Parliament voted for an extension of the mission in Libya. Our votes sent a clear message to the Libyan people. They can count on Canada in this post-Gaddafi era. In the meantime, the members of the official opposition refused to support the extension of the Libyan mission. They refused to support the excellent work done by the members of the Royal Canadian Armed Forces, and because they think the work is over.
The job is not done, and Canada does not cut and run. We do not shirk our responsibilities. We'll continue to protect and promote Canadian values around the world, and we'll support the Libyan people as they build for themselves a brighter future. Mr. Speaker, the NDP members of this place should be ashamed of their vote from Monday. Wrong on the issues, incoherent on foreign policy. The NDP proves yet again they're just not fit to govern.
Questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister met with the Minister of Finance and the Governor of the Bank of Canada. Can the Prime Minister tell us what those discussions were about? Can the Prime Minister now table proposals to deal with the economic crisis? Mr. Speaker, as I have said a number of times, we are dealing with the economic crisis. This is why we received a mandate from the Canadian people. We are concerned about developments in Europe, but the Canadian government has created over 600,000 jobs, and this is one of the best records in the industrialized world, and we will continue along this path. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the Finance Committee, economists said that the Prime Minister is taking the wrong approach. Doug Porter from BMO said that the Prime Minister's prescription for the economy, which is more austerity, is the wrong medicine. The Prime Minister needs to realize this, and that his economic strategy has created a structural deficit, the largest deficit in Canada's history. We're now dealing with on the brink of a new recession. What will the government do and change? Mr. Speaker, this is an incomprehensible question. The member wants to create to increase the deficit. Now we have a deficit, but it is much smaller than in other countries, and we will soon have a balanced budget.
Mr. Speaker, the National Council of Welfare says today that poverty costs Canada more than $24 billion a year, double what it would cost to lift every Canadian out of poverty. Tolerating poverty is bad economics. The Council calls for an investment approach to poverty, investing in housing, early childhood education, and Aboriginal employment, for example. Why not a strategy to end poverty, save money, and help the economy?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, how you tackle poverty is first and foremost to make sure the economy is growing and creating jobs, to also make sure you make investments in things like housing and education, the tax breaks for those who enter the workforce, as the Minister of Finance has done. These are all things this government has done, this government is proud to have done. What's a mystery to everybody, Mr. Speaker, is why the NDP consistently votes against these policies.
Came in under budget, so let's talk about the Gravenhurst Arena. The minister personally intervened and moved it out of the Muskoka slush fund and said he'd get the funding elsewhere. Now the documents show this gave the three amigos, the mayor, the hotel manager, and the minister, a much larger pot of goodies. Will the minister explain why he personally intervened and explain why this project is now the subject of a police investigation?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the facts on this issue have not changed. This has been thoroughly aired. Of the 30, I can say to my friend opposite, of the 32 projects that I approved under this initiative, Mr. Speaker, not one involved an arena in Gravenhurst.
For Timmins James Bay.
Well, who was approving all the money then? You know, this is about a minister who misused the taxpayers' dollars, who used his BlackBerry to get a friend a job, who used his office to run a slush fund and relied on the Prime Minister to grease the wheels. The Gravenhurst project blew the budget. People were fired. The cops were called in. Does this minister think that this is an appropriate way to abuse the public trust? It's been 111 days. Will he please stand up and take accountability for his actions?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. Not one G8 project involved the construction of a hockey arena in the city of Gravenhurst. I can't be any clearer than that. Not one of the 32 projects. The member opposite has the right to his own opinion, but he certainly does not have the right to his own facts.
Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, speaking in Lima, Peru in November of 2009, the Prime Minister told that gathering that Canada was not going to make the mistake of balancing the books at all costs, even if it meant raising taxes and slashing public spending. These were the mistakes that led to the Great Depression, he told the gathering. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister if those words are correct. I think most economists around the world would say that they are correct. Does he not now recognize that circumstances have changed once again, The world is on the brink of a major recession, slowdown all around us. What will it take for this government to change course once again?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, the government continues to run a significant deficit, as is appropriate at these times, but we're taking steps to ensure the budget will balance as the economy grows. The difference between our position and the position of the honourable member, especially when he had premier responsibilities, was that no matter what circumstances you have, his position was you always increase the deficit. If times are good, you increase the deficit. If times are bad, you increase the deficit. If times are in between, you increase the deficit. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, we use a lot steadier and more prudent judgment in managing the economy.
Order. The honourable member for Toronto Centre. Order.
Over the last 5 years, this government raised spending on average by 18%, by $70 billion. That Prime Minister is in absolutely no position to lecture anyone in Canada on the subject of prudential financing or anything else. The question the Prime Minister has to answer is, what is he going to do when the circumstances change? A payroll tax increase of $1.2 billion is now planned for January of 2012. Will you, at the very least, cancel that payroll tax?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The member gets on his feet, Mr. Speaker, to say, you're spending too much money, why don't you spend more? That is the kind of position we've come to anticipate from the member. Of course, this government's economic record has been mandated by the Canadian people and praised by analysts around the world. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, everybody in this country has the right to lecture the honourable member about how you manage the Ontario economy.
I know it's a Wednesday. Order. I know it's a Wednesday, but I'm having a great deal of difficulty both hearing the question and the answer. We'll have a little bit of order. The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I hear that the President of the Treasury Board said publicly to journalists that he was prepared to come before a committee of this House to answer questions. I have a very simple question for the Prime Minister. If the Minister prefers to give answers in committee, why is he continuing to refuse to give us the information and answers here in the House to our very clear questions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government has already answers all the questions here in the House of Commons. I'm surprised that, given the results of the election, the Liberal Party is continuing with this course of action. In fact, we provided the information to the Auditor General. We have answered all the questions. Mr. Speaker, this government is disconnected from the reality. It brags about its achievements, but in fact, it is not taking action. The situation in the economy is more problematic than it admits. 200,000 more Canadians do not have jobs. When will this government stop misleading people with figures and create jobs? The Finance Minister.
The figure is 600,000 net new jobs. Those are the jobs that have been created in the Canadian economy since the end of the recession in July 2009. It's also clear, if the member opposite wants to look at the figures in the G7, that is the best job creation rate in the G7 since the end of the recession. Can we do more? Yes. Are we doing more? Yes. There's a hiring credit for small business. It'll be in the budget bill next week. I hope the member opposite votes for it.
Mr. Speaker, this government likes to talk about its job creation record, but the numbers just don't add up. So here are the facts. There are 500,000
30,000 more people available for work since the recession. Only half of the number of jobs have been recovered. So, Mr. Speaker, that's one job for every 2 unemployed people. Nothing to brag about. Unemployment is rising. Canadians are tired of talk. When will this government stop spinning the numbers and start taking some real action on job creation?
Well, the member can speak louder, but it's still wrong. 600,000 net new jobs, 80% of them full-time jobs in Canada, the best job creation record in the G7. We anticipate having the strongest growth in the G7 in the next 2 years. That's what the IMF says. That's what the OECD said. And Moody's has just renewed Canada's top credit rating in the world, AAA.
And the member for Davenport.
Well, it's bad enough that the finance minister is out of touch with everyday Canadians. But it also seems that he's out of touch with his Ontario buddies, too. Now, the finance minister claims jobs are being created in Ontario, but at last night's debate, the Ontario Conservative leader said that over 300,000 good manufacturing jobs have been lost in Ontario alone. So can the finance minister tell us whose math is wrong, the federal Conservatives or the Ontario Conservatives?
You know I wouldn't get involved in provincial politics. I can't. I'll get in trouble at home, you know. We have had substantial job creation across the country of 600,000 net new jobs, and that includes the participation of the people of Ontario.
Honourable member for Davenport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the simple fact is good manufacturing jobs are being lost, and this government refuses to act. Mill closures, boarded up factories, more and more jobs flowing overseas. That's the reality for working families in Ontario, Mr. Speaker. Now, New Democrats have long been calling for action. Now even the Ontario Conservative leader sees it's a problem. Why won't this out-of-touch government finally take real action and create jobs? Where's the jobs plan?
You know, we are following an expansionary economic policy. If you look now at what we're doing in terms of transfers, the transfers continue to increase. Those are very important for the provinces, for health, education, for social services. Just the opposite of what was done in the mid-90s by the previous Liberal government that cut transfers unilaterally to the provinces. So we're following an expansionary fiscal policy. We are going to return to a balanced budget. We think that's important. I'm sure the member opposite would agree. Looking at the trouble that some other countries in the world have gotten into by accumulating substantial deficits over time and building up large public debt.
Mr. Speaker, the scandals are piling up for the President of the Treasury Board, while services are declining for Canadians. The people don't understand why there's one rule for his friends and another for Canadians. Assistance in Service Canada centres will be reduced, and some of these centres will be closed. These are services for all Canadians, not just the government's buddies. The government, the minister responsible for the cuts, will not answer questions in the House or from journalists. Maybe I have to tweet him my questions.
Mr. Speaker, there will be no Service Canada offices closing and no impact on in-person services offered. Canadians gave our government a strong mandate to complete Canada's economic recovery, creating jobs and returning to balanced budgets. Improving the way we deliver EI services to Canadians by modernizing the way that we accomplish this is one of our goals. Our government is committed to effective and efficient use of taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for that foggy answer. Every day we learn about a new project in which the minister was personally involved with the help of his riding office staff. If it doesn't fit in the G8 budget, don't worry, he said to his friend. We'll put it in the Economic Action Plan. Foreign Affairs keeps telling us that the Auditor General had the information that he needed for investigation, but we know that is not true. When will we start to have real explanations?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General presented a report. The government's fully accepted the advice that she's provided on ways we can improve the reporting and to Parliament in the years to come. We thank her for her work. We've aired all of the responses to the questions that have been brought up on this issue, Mr. Speaker. What Canadians expect their members of Parliament to be doing is to be focusing on their priorities, the creation of jobs, of employment, economic growth, hope and opportunity, and that's what this government is doing, focusing like a laser on the priority of Canadian families, the economy.
Member for Windsor West. Order.
We need investments urgently to reduce congestion and avoid further thickening of our border. Our prosperity and our economy depend upon this. Things like a modern rail tunnel, improved nexus, border infrastructure that will reduce wait times. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's own guidelines say the Treasury Board should, quote, provide oversight of the government's financial management and spending. So can the President of the Treasury Board explain why money was siphoned from important border infrastructure projects to get himself re-elected? Why is he more important?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
This government has made unprecedented financial commitments to support border infrastructure. Nowhere more anywhere in Canada than in Windsor, Ontario, where this government has a strong partnership with the provincial government, a strong partnership with the state of Michigan and the Obama administration in Washington. We're working tremendously hard to ensure that trade can flow better across that border, Mr. Speaker. What we need is New Democrats to stand in their place and say they support free trade. They support free trade with the United States, that they support NAFTA. Will the member opposite do that?
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the government tolerates ministers who will not tell us why they are spending the money they're spending. We're talking about the money that was supposedly for the G8. It was supposed to improve border infrastructure, for example, in my riding. Will the government finally shed light on the wasting of this public money? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Just to inform this member that this government, under this Prime Minister, brought forward an $8 billion Building Canada infrastructure program to support economic growth, to support the expansion of the Canadian economy, and all $8 billion of that fund were all voted against it. New Democrats voted against every single dollar of that fund. Shame on him, Mr. Speaker, and shame on the New Democratic Party.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
This week, Canada's First Nations kicked off national efforts for First Nations education. Their message is simple. Every First Nation child must have equal access to quality education under control of First Nations. This was Shannon Kustashin's dream. Evidence shows education is crucial to breaking cycles of poverty and hopelessness. Will this government commit today to end the 2% cap on funding and provide full and adequate support for First Nations education?
The Honourable Minister the Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are working with our willing partners to improve the educational outcomes of First Nations across the country. That's why we announced the national panel, the national chief and myself. They are doing good work across the country. They are totally independent. We have not constrained them in any way. Their recommendations should be coming forward in December or January. In the meantime, we'll wait to see the good work that they produce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, most Canadians were profoundly disturbed to learn that the President of the Treasury Board spent $50 million of their hard-earned money the way he did. But they're even more disturbed by the fact that he won't get up and explain himself. I don't know how he can look at Canadians in the eyes and tell them that he is behaving responsibly. How can the Treasury Board Minister of all people think that he is beyond the scrutiny of this House when it comes to accountability of public funds?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Infrastructure Canada approved 32 projects to support the G8 infrastructure under the 3 categories provided, Mr. Speaker. I approved all 32 of those projects. There was a contribution agreement written up for each of those 32 projects. The Auditor General has made some helpful comments on what we could do to be more transparent to the House of Commons in the future. We fully accept those recommendations and will follow them in the future.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence made a public declaration that, while a guest at a luxury fishing lodge, neither his host nor his companions had any business dealings with the Government of Canada. Yet the facts speak very differently. Mr. Rob Crosby is a political appointee in control of a federal crown corporation that receives $200 million in annual subsidies, from which he draws a personal salary. How does the minister square this contradiction? And while I'm on my feet, was the fish this big or just this big?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said a number of times, I was on personal time in Gander, Newfoundland with some friends on a trip I paid for myself. As a result of work, I made the decision to go back to work early.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, in 2002, the current Prime Minister criticized the Minister for staying at a cottage owned by a client of his department. At the time, the current Prime Minister said either he acted extraordinarily unethically or extraordinarily stupidly. My question is for the Prime Minister. When a minister accepts a vacation at a luxury fishing lodge owned by the chair of Marine Atlantic, would you say that minister was acting extraordinarily unethically or extraordinarily stupidly? So, Mr.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as has been made clear, the minister paid for his own vacation, so obviously the facts are different. If anyone in the Liberal Party actually has any evidence that the minister or anyone else acted improperly, they can say so outside the House.
Honourable Member for Windsor. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, the minister continues to hide the cost of the budget of the bill to Canadians. We need transparency. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that this bill would cost billions. But the government still doesn't want to explain what the impact will be on the future of this country. How can the government be so irresponsible to adopt legislation without publishing the cost of it? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Very clear. We tabled hundreds of pages for the members' edification before the Standing Committee, Mr. Speaker, just before the last election. But if he's worried about the cost, I hope that he could just spend a little bit of time worrying about the cost to victims in this country, Mr. Speaker, because this is what this bill targets, Mr. Speaker. It gets those individuals, those violent individuals, those individuals who sexually exploit others, people in the drug trafficking business, get them off the street, and that should have the support of the Honourable Member and his party for a change.
Mr. Speaker, it's shocking that this government is ramming this bill through this House, yet refusing to tell Canadians anything about what it costs. The Parliamentary Budget Officer told us yesterday that it's unprecedented in his 30-year career to have such a major piece of legislation that we know will cost billions of dollars. It's now going to turn up, not turning up in a single government document. No budget items on this whatsoever. Not a single line anywhere, Mr. Speaker. When will this government come clean on what it is going to cost Canadians and the Canadian taxpayer?
Minister of Justice.
Parliament about the costs of the individual pieces of legislation. But the indie pieces, they know it costs billions. So I would ask him to table all that information, those documents that he has. That would be very interesting because, Mr. Speaker, they're completely out of line with what we have been saying and what we have laid before Parliament. But let's try and agree on something. I think we can all agree that if you spent $1 fighting crime in this country, it would be opposed by the NDP.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau.
Mr. Speaker, it is sad. It is sad to see that for all this government's crime rhetoric, one of their top priorities is to roll back the clock on legal protections against extremist hate speech. Will the minister tell Canadians why the government is moving to make it easier for racist, sexist, anti-Semitic commentary to flourish online?
referring to, the bill before Parliament, Mr. Speaker, targets drug dealers, the people who traffic in narcotics, people who bring drugs into this country, the people who sexually exploit children. That's the government legislation. What is she referring to?
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, perhaps it would be a good idea for the minister to listen to what some of his colleagues are saying during press conferences or outside this House. We've heard that several Conservatives believe, in fact, that legislation on hate speech are not useful, not required. Withdrawing legislation on this issue is out of touch with Canadian values and irresponsible. Can the minister show his commitment to protecting Canadians from hate speech?
Protect all victims in this country, and I can tell you who we consult with. We consult with victims, Mr. Speaker, across this country. We sit down with them. We hear what they have to say, and the bill that is before Parliament right now, Bill C-10, reflects those concerns. Now, what I will do for the honourable member, because I think she should hear from those victims groups as well, I'm going to ask those groups when they come to Ottawa again, please spend a little bit of time with the NDP and the Liberals so they'll know the things that we know that we're legislating on.
Canadians were justifiably shocked to learn that in Saudi Arabia, a woman can face a punishment of 10 lashes for a simple act of driving a car, a routine act for most women in any democracy. Would the Minister of Foreign Affairs contemplate bringing issues such as this one to the attention of his counterparts across the world?
Canada has enjoyed good diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for many years, but reports of a Saudi woman being sentenced to 10 lashes for the crime of driving her own car are deeply disturbing. Although we've seen some positive signs of reform that have been announced in recent weeks, Mr. Speaker, I think I would speak on behalf of all members of this House when I condemn in the sharpest terms this deeply offensive court decision.
St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we now know that the Minister of Defence was visiting a fishing lodge so that he could meet with some of his well-connected friends. The chair of Marine Atlantic, Mr. Crosby, got his job from his Conservative connections, and now he's hosting the minister at his fishing lodge. Does the minister really think it's appropriate for him to use valuable military search and rescue resources to visit Conservative appointees?
Sir, National Defence.
Well, he's got it wrong again, Mr. Speaker. He's been wrong all week. He's made misleading statements in this House, Mr. Speaker, before. I was there on a trip I paid for myself. I spent some time with my friends in beautiful Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, made the decision to leave the trip early to come back to work.
Here, what's the problem with that? For St. John's
Mr. Speaker, the minister's been warned there are barely enough helicopters to meet basic search and rescue requirements. Our search and rescue response standard of 2 hours is the worst in the world. Replacing our 50-year-old fixed-wing SAR aircraft is stalled because of government mismanagement. They're closing down rescue centres in Quebec and St. John's, and the closest SAR helicopter to the Arctic is in Ontario. Why won't this minister fix search and rescue in Canada instead of using SAR assets as personal transportation?
Mr. Speaker, all search and rescue assets that are involved in exercises or demonstrations would immediately divert if they were called upon. The member knows that because he's participated in these as well. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the issue of military procurement, support for the military, support for economic measures, the NDP party, Mr. Speaker, their record is a train wreck on the economy and they're heretics on the military procurements.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian fleet of SAR helicopters can't keep up with requirements. The situation is so serious that parts of certain helicopters are being used to repair others. Nonetheless, the minister used one of the 3 helicopters based in Gander for personal recreational purposes. And this is one of the regions where the requirements are the highest. Mr. Speaker, how many helicopters will be grounded for the Minister to stop using them as a personal taxi? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, I left work early to go back and do some work. And with respect to the search and rescue assets, Mr. Speaker, as a result of pressing needs, the Department of National Defence has purchased a large number of spares from the United States at a very reasonable price, I might add, that came about as a result of a project cancellation. With those new parts, with that purchase now, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to significantly increase the availability and the yearly flying rate of the Cormorant fleet. Mr. Speaker, it was, in fact, the cancellation of this important contract replacement by a previous Liberal government that leaves us in a situation where we're flying 50-year-old helicopters.
The Honourable Member for Vitimi-Timiskaming. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, the Minister made inappropriate use of DND resources at a time when our helicopters, our SAR helicopters, are having a difficult time meeting requirements. If the Minister is so concerned with SAR operations, we really wonder then why are the SAR centres being closed in Quebec City and St. John's? Mr. Speaker, what's the government's priority? Fishing trips? Or providing services to the population of the country and the tools that our service members need and are entitled to?
Consolidation of the sub-centres into the existing joint rescue coordination centres will have no negative impacts on the current levels of service provided by the Canadian Coast Guard. This does not in any way affect the availability of Coast Guard ships, the Coast Guard auxiliary, or the Canadian Forces aircraft. The consolidation represents a positive change by locating all maritimes and air search and rescue coordinators in the same centres working side by side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Speaker, the member for Saskatoon-Humboldt attacked his own Conservative government today over the decision to provide $6 million to International Planned Parenthood Federation. He said, and I quote, "The battle over the IPPF continues. The government only responds to pro-life issues and concerns when we take an aggressive stance. We will apply this lesson." Can the government categorically state they will not yield to such threats and will ensure that women around the globe have access to evidence-based programs that include safe abortion and family planning services?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question because it gives me a chance to tell you what Canada, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, has done to save the lives of women and children. It was reported last week at the United Nations that more progress is being made to reduce the rate of maternal mortality in the last year than over the past decade. Canada focused its Muskoka initiative on improving the health of mothers and children and taking real action, such as preventing malaria, better nutrition, and training more midwives. We were clear on our criteria, and we will fund projects.
Order. 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 The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Auditor General, the gap in quality of life among First Nations continues to get bigger, but the government is unable to work with the First Nations to resolve the problem. Will the government commit to a new partnership among governments by fairly financing services of equal quality, as leaders are calling for? The Honourable Minister.
The government has a responsibility to treat taxpayers' money with prudently. I had a meeting yesterday with 20 chiefs from the province of Quebec. We were
Order. 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 The members asked a question. I hope that her colleagues would want to hear the answer. The Honourable. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government has a responsibility to deal with budgetary items in a prudent way. We are doing that. We are sensitive to the needs of our First Nations and our Aboriginal peoples. We are doing that. I've had meetings in this regard, and we'll continue to behave in a responsible manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that the Conservative government has threatened to pull the plug on the RCMP in British Columbia if the province does not accept a new policing contract by November. Conservatives are callously willing to jeopardize public safety in order to ram through a new contract with the province. Instead of being tough on crime, they're being tough on our frontline officers and tough on provinces. Mr. Speaker, is pulling police officers off the streets of British Columbia part of this government's so-called crime agenda?
Speaker, our government is willing to renew contract policing agreements with the provinces. After 4 intensive years of negotiations, it's now up to the provinces to decide whether or not to come on board. The same fundamental terms and conditions will apply to all provinces. Saskatchewan has accepted the agreement, Alberta has accepted the agreement, and British Columbia will have to decide whether or not to accept the agreement.
Mr. Speaker, this government likes to talk tough on crime, but when it comes to frontline police, it continues to fall down on the job. Now in British Columbia, they're telling the government, take it or leave it in our contract offer. Mr. Speaker, British Columbians need to know that the result of these negotiations will not be a threat to the safety of our communities. So will the minister stand up in this House right now and commit that the RCMP is staying put in British Columbia and commit that he'll stop playing fast and loose with the safety of British Columbians in these negotiations by telling British Columbia to take it or leave it?
It's not up to the federal government to determine how the province wishes to carry out its provincial responsibilities in respect of policing. We have been negotiating now for 4 years, intensive negotiations for 4 years. Some of the provinces have accepted the agreement, some have not yet decided. It is up to them to make that decision. We do not force provinces to accept the RCMP. We think it's a good deal, but it's up to the provinces to do it.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I tabled my private member's bill, an act respecting the national flag of Canada in this House. The purpose of this enactment is to ensure that all Canadians have the right to fly the national flag of Canada. The Canadian flag represents all Canadian citizens. It represents pride in our great nation and support for those who have sacrificed their lives for the principles which it embodies: freedom, democracy, courage, and the justice upon which our great nation was built. Can the minister tell this House how important the Canadian flag is to our heritage?
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the member for Don Valley West for his incredible leadership early in this Parliament. Our flag is indeed loved by all Canadians and respected all around the world. It's a symbol of our freedom, it's a symbol of our democracy, and it's a symbol of our unity. I applaud and support his bill so that we can have absolute clarity with federal law. Any Canadian who wishes to fly the Canadian flag should be able to do so free from bullying, free from intimidation, and to do so proudly as a Canadian from coast to coast to coast.
Order. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, Remembrance Day is approaching quickly, and it will be an opportunity to remember the immense sacrifices made by Canadians and to pay tribute to those who died for our country. Why does the government provide up to $13,000 for a funeral in the death of a Canadian Forces member, but only $3,600 for a veteran? Why does this government seem to be more concerned about gazebos than burials? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. This gives me an opportunity to point out the excellent program for managing burials and funerals. We work in conjunction with the Last Post Fund, and It provides assistance to service members who are injured, regardless of their decorations or service, and we are going to continue to work with the Last Post Fund to provide these services.
Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, according to leaked U.S. diplomatic cables, Khalid Sami Abdullah Ismail was arrested and sent to a secret U.S. detention facility in Afghanistan because of suspicious behavior. It turns out he has a mental illness and was deemed low risk. It took 8 months for consular officials to visit him and 9 months more for him to get home. Mr. Speaker, why the delay providing basic consular services to a Canadian citizen in need?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my honourable friend for a question and also to welcome her to this important file. I'm going to enjoy working with her, I know. I have to inform the honourable member that we do not comment on the contents of leaks, but I would also point out that the document she's referring to is not a Canadian diplomatic cable.
For Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Mr. Speaker, Ukraine has undergone a considerable transformation since the beginning of the Orange Revolution. However, what originally seemed an unstoppable wave of democratic freedom has since gone sour with the news that former Prime Minister Yulia Tymoshenko is being politically persecuted. Would the Minister of Foreign Affairs please make crystal clear for this House Canada's concerns with Ukraine's political situation?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Our government has expressed to the Ukrainian government our serious concern about the apparent bias in the ongoing judicial proceedings against former Prime Minister Tymoshenko. Political persecution is completely unacceptable. The appearance of political bias in judicial proceedings undermines the rule of law. We urge here today the Ukrainian government to strengthen judiciary independence, and we will continue to support efforts to build a peaceful, democratic, and prosperous society in Ukraine.
Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Mr. Speaker, in 1959, the Diefenbaker government scrapped the Avro Arrow and much of the Canadian aviation industry along with it, throwing 30,000 Canadians out of work. Now this Conservative government has done it again. Last week, they evicted the world's only replica of the Avro Arrow along with hundreds of veteran volunteers. Canadian veterans have asked their minister to reverse this disdainful decision. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives listen to Canadian veterans and allow their museum to continue?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
More than likely knows that this museum is on the land of Downsview Park, which is a Crown corporation. This was a business decision made by Downsview.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice claims that Canadians support its omnibus justice bill, but it's certainly not the case for Quebecers, as we can see in the reactions from the Quebec Bar and youth centres. With this gag order, the government is showing that it's willing to do anything to impose measures that have been formally rejected by Quebec. What more does the Minister of Justice need to understand that Quebec is saying no to these counterproductive measures that leave no room for rehabilitation and which focus more on imprisoning young people?
The
Honourable Minister of Justice.
The bill targets those who are involved with organized crime, the people who traffic in drugs, the people who bring drugs into this country, and the people who sexually exploit children. Canadians haven't rejected that, Mr. Speaker, but I know Quebec rejected the bloc. We know that for sure, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Jakub Krasnicki, President of the Assembly of the Republic of Kosovo. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order, rising out of question period because of
inaccuracies made by the government side regarding my questions in terms of the Gravenhurst Centre. I have the documents here, Mr. Speaker. They probably might not be aware of this project that they supported. I would like to table those documents as well. The Toronto Star article of April 21st, 2011, which refers to the police investigation that's ongoing. The documents are here, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member have unanimous consent to the House to table documents? Order. 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 There's no consent. Is the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs rising on a point of order?
Just to respond to my friend opposite, the taxpayers of Canada provide a lot of money to the official opposition for research, and we encourage them to use it and not to simply to get a subscription to the Toronto Star.
Yeah. Order. Is the Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology rising on a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think the member opposite should stand in his place and apologize. The project in Gravenhurst was funded by FedDev Ontario. It is a conflict between the municipality and the contractor. It's before the courts. This government had nothing.
Order. Order. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, question period has been concluded for today. Members may wish to pursue these matters at a later date, but certainly not on point of order. Order. I'll ask all honourable members who wish to carry on conversations with their colleagues to do so outside of the chamber so the House can continue with its business. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Got one here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Global Centre for Pluralism's 2010 annual report and the summary of the Global Centre for Pluralism's corporate plan for 2011.
Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports of the Canadian delegation to the Organisation for Security and Cooperation in European Parliamentary Assembly, OSCE-PA, respecting its participation at the Trans-Asian Parliamentary Forum held in Almaty, Kazakhstan from May the 14th to the 16th, 2010, and at the fall meeting of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly held in Palermo, Italy from October 8th to the 11th in 2010.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Présentation des rapports de comité. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Chisholm, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, Nanotechnology. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as we all know, nanotechnology presents real opportunities for innovations across all economic sectors that could bring benefits to Canadians, including better health care, cleaner environment, and safer products. But along with these opportunities come potential risks. Nanotechnology creates real health and safety concerns, both for Canadian consumers and workers, as well as important environmental safety concerns. So we've been working with the last few months with grassroots groups and science and environmental experts to address this regulatory gap in Canadian legislation. This bill is a step towards addressing some of these critical shortfalls and ensuring the safe and responsible development of nanotechnology. What the bill does is amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act to include nanotechnology. It lays out consistent risk assessment processes, prioritizes research on the safety of nanotechnology, and establishes a much-needed national inventory of nanotechnologies. Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope that this legislation will receive broad support in the House of Commons, both on the opposition side and on the government side. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Chisholm, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Comartin, appuyé par...
Mr. Comartin, seconded by Mr. Massey, requests leave to table a bill called an Act to amend the Criminal Code, sports betting. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very simple bill, matching the personality and character of the person moving it, I think. It is simply a repeal of one very small section of the Criminal Code. But the effect it will have is to allow for sports betting on single sporting events in this country. This is a very important bill from this perspective. That industry is very big, entirely controlled by organized crime at the present time, both here and in the United States, because it's generally illegal in the United States to bet on one sporting event. The estimate in the United States is that it's $30 billion a year that's bet on that, all going into the pockets of organized crime, some of it offshore. It's estimated that as much as $2 billion is spent in Canada annually, all of that money going out of the country to organized crime syndicates in the U.S. and in the Caribbean. So it's quite important that we move on this. The other thing, there's a National Gaming Association in Canada. They just completed a study that shows the type of employment that by creating this into a legal business that will be created. So, for instance, in my casino in Windsor, there'll be another 150 jobs either saved or added to the current employment in that particular casino. In the Minister of Justice riding, where he has a casino also, similar numbers that will be either saved or added to. So it's a job creation. The province of Ontario has signaled they're very interested in placing this operation in the casinos in that province. Other provinces are taking a different perspective on it, but there is widespread support for this bill. And I'm seeking support from all members of Parliament when it comes up for second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Comartin, seconded by Mr. Massey, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Coder.
Mr. Coder, seconded by Mr. Reagan, requests leave to move to table an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, a waiting period and maximum special benefits. So this motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all have in our families or among our friends people who unfortunately have cancer or severe injuries that do not allow them to earn sufficient income to meet their children's needs, and they may have social problems as well. Further to the hundreds of thousands of signatures I have collected on this petition, thanks to Marianne Nzube, I think it is time to amend the Employment Insurance Act to say that first we should be able to change the maximum benefit from 15 to 50 weeks where people who are quarantined or who have severe injuries, and also the waiting period where in addition people must wait before receiving money to wait another 2 weeks. So by solving this problem, Mr. Speaker, we are helping them. They already have to suffer because of their injuries, because of disease, because of social problems. And so it is high time that we solve this problem, Mr. Speaker. Our role as legislators is to improve the quality of life of our citizens. Thank you. Mr. Coder, seconded by Mr. Reagan, move that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Lozon, seconded by Mr. Storset, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Victims' Restitution and Monetary Awards for Offenders. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce an amendment to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. This amendment will assure that any monetary amount awarded to an offender pursuant to a legal action or proceeding be paid to the victims and other designated beneficiaries. This amendment ensures victims of crimes come first and criminals do not profit from their crimes. Just another example, Mr. Speaker, of this government putting the rights of victims ahead of the rights of criminals.
Mr. Lozon, seconded by Mr. Sorseth, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When should the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. James, seconded by Mr. Daniel, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Vexatious Complainants. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly rise in the House today to introduce a bill, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Vexatious Complaints. Correctional Service of Canada, CSC, receives thousands of complaints per year from offenders. A small group of convicts account for about 15% of the complaints that are filed. My bill seeks to address those inmates who have made a hobby of issuing complaints, who have abused the grievance process, and who waste correctional institutional resources by filing numerous complaints that are vexatious or frivolous in nature. Mr. Speaker, the changes contained within this bill transcend all political parties in this House, and I sincerely hope that all members will support it. Thank you.
Ms. James, seconded by Mr. Daniel, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Rafferty, seconded by Mrs. Hughes, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Illness or Injury. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, illness and injury can strike anyone at any time. This year alone, hundreds of thousands of hardworking Canadians will be struck with catastrophic illness or serious physical injuries that prevent them from making a contribution in the workplace and providing for them and their family. The amendment proposed in this bill would extend the eligible period from 12 weeks to 52 weeks, during which a worker suffering from a serious injury or illness is able to return to their job without fear of losing their position. If passed or adopted by this government, this bill will ensure that Canadians suffering from serious illness or injury have some peace of mind during their recovery period. It will increase the likelihood that they'll be able to rejoin the workforce in the same capacity and in the same position that they held before being forced to leave. This is the fair and right thing to do, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the Minister will agree and support this legislation. Thank you.
Mr. Rafferty, seconded by Mrs. Hughes, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions between the parties, and I believe that there is unanimous consent for the following two motions. First of all, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House on Monday, October 3rd, 2011, following the tabling of a notice of Ways and Means relating to the second budget implementation bill, the said Ways and Means motion be deemed moved and a recorded division be deemed demanded and deferred to the expiry of time provided for government orders that day.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have unanimous consent for this motion? Agreed? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The second motion is as follows, that the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics be the committee designated for the purpose of Section 14.1 of the Lobbying Act.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House for this motion as well? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you. Monsieur le Président, je demande le consentement.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to move the following motion.
10, an act to enact the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act and to amend the State Immunity Act, the Criminal Code, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, and other acts respecting the transfer of prisoners and consisting of Clause 135 do compose Bill C-10B, that the remaining provisions in Bill C-10 do compose Bill C-10A, that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary, that Bills C-10A and C-10B be reprinted, and that Bill C-10B be deemed to have been read the first time and be printed, deemed read the second time, and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, and deemed read the third time and passed. Monsieur le Président, nous proposons...
Mr. Speaker, we move this motion because we want to take practical steps regarding the provisions of the bill that are important to Canadians.
For Ottawa Centre, have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No? There's no consent. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Diesel exhaust is a known danger to public health linked to cardiovascular disease, respiratory disease, cancers, and premature death. Diesel exhaust poses especially potent danger to children and the elderly. Diesel is harmful to the environment and contributes to climate change. Metrolinx is planning an 8-fold expansion in diesel rail traffic from 50 trains per day to upwards of 400 trains per day in the Georgetown corridor, which cuts through the West End neighbourhoods of Toronto, including my riding of Davenport. This expansion will make this the busiest diesel rail corridor on the planet. 250,000 people live within 1 kilometre of this line. 30,000 children attend one or more of the 200 schools near the tracks. Therefore, the undersigned call upon the Government of Canada to act now to ensure that the rail expansion in the Georgetown South Rail Corridor, including the air rail link, be electrified from the outset, and that there be no further expenditure on diesel technology.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present this petition regarding sickle cell disease and thalassaemic disorders. Sickle cell disease affects blood cells which carry oxygen throughout our bodies. In sickle cell disease, red blood cells harden into long slivers that block veins and arteries, causing injury to blood vessels of organs, including the brain and lung. About 10% of children develop strokes. Children with sickle cell are also extremely vulnerable to infection and have periodic health crises that cause terrible pain and difficulty breathing. The lifespan of persons with sickle cell disease can be reduced by as much as 30 years. The petitioners are calling upon the House of Commons to adopt Bill C-221, an act respecting a comprehensive national strategy for sickle cell disease and thalassaemic disorders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present a petition for a number of residents from my riding of Langley. It says that there are a number of severe, potentially life-threatening conditions that do not qualify for disability programs because they're not necessarily permanent or because of waiting lists for surgeries which lengthen the recovery time. They're calling upon the House of Commons to adopt legislation to provide additional medical EI benefits to at least equal to maternity EI benefits for people who find themselves in such conditions. Thank you.
And the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, I have 3 petitions to present. The first petition, the petitioners say that childcare is often not accessible or affordable for Canadian families and is often of uncertain quality for children, and that childcare creates jobs, making Canada more competitive, helps achieve women's equality, and builds local economies and is recognized as a human right. And the petitioners are calling on this House to legislate the right to universal access to childcare and provide multi-year funding to provincial and territorial governments to build a national system of affordable, high-quality, public and not-for-profit early childhood education and care accessible to all children. the federal government must establish funding criteria and reporting mechanisms that ensure accountability for how the provinces and territories use federal funding to ensure quality, accessibility, universality, and accountability, and that acknowledge Quebec's right to develop social programs with adequate compensation from the federal government. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is to do with the CBC, and the petitioners say that we love the CBC. We call on the Prime Minister to reaffirm the importance of the national public broadcaster. Further, we call on the Prime Minister to provide the CBC with adequate financing by raising the CBC's parliamentary grant from the current levels to $40 for every citizen, in keeping with the recent recommendations of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on the last petition, the petitioners are petitioning about the Stolen Sisters, and they are calling upon the Parliament of Canada to ensure that the Native Women's Association of Canada receives sufficient funding to continue its important work protecting women through its Sisters in Spirit initiative, and to invest in the initiatives recommended by NWAC to help prevent more women from disappearing. And that's especially useful in light of the Walk for Justice that happened on Parliament Hill last week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with pleasure that I bring forward a petition from prairie farmers. And it says, Mr. Speaker, that to support farmers in Western Canada by allowing them to determine themselves about the future need and role of the Canadian Wheat Board and allow for a plebiscite on the future of the CWB. Well, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, that there was, in fact, a plebiscite, and in excess of tens of thousands of prairie grain wheat farmers made a very strong message that they're trying to get over to the Government of Canada, and that is, of course, to retain the Canadian Wheat Board, Mr. Speaker. We're challenging the government, in fact, to respect the will of those tens of thousands of prairie grain wheat farmers and allow the Canadian Wheat Board to be able to stay in place as is, Mr. Speaker, and they're requesting, in essence, for the government to respect those wishes. I share in those concerns, Mr. Speaker, and would ask the government to do likewise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. I see the Honourable Member for Davenport is rising. He has already been up. It is the custom of the House if you have more than one petition to do it all at the same time. So is there unanimous consent of the House to allow the member for Davenport to get up again for... Agreed? Agreed? Okay, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
You're going to love this one. The undersigned of this petition call on the government to maintain the integrity of Canada Post as a public corporation and to affirm its commitment to the creation and protection of good jobs for all Canadians, young and old.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I am now prepared to rule on the question and privilege raised on September 19th, 2011 by the member for Malpeque concerning a notice of proposed procurement in respect of the Canadian Wheat Board.
I would like to thank the member for having raised this matter, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, the members for Winnipeg Centre and Winnipeg North, and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and for the Canadian Wheat Board for their interventions.
It might be useful to offer members a short explanation of what constitutes a contempt of the House. Whereas the privileges that extend to members individually and to the House as a collectivity are finite and can be categorized, contempts cannot be enumerated or categorized. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, at pages 82 and 83, notes that the House claims the right to punish as a contempt actions which are not specific breaches of privilege but which tend to impede the House or its members in the performance of their functions or are offences against the authority or dignity of the House. While all breaches of privilege are contempts of the House, not all contempts are necessarily breaches of privilege, and the House of Commons enjoys a very wide latitude in maintaining its dignity and authority through the exercise of its contempt power. Comme elle est mentionnée à la page
as noted on page 85 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, quote, by far, most of the cases of privilege raised in the House relate to matters of contempt challenging the perceived authority and dignity of Parliament and its members. End of quote.
Member for Malpeque has alleged that a contempt of the House has arisen from, quote, the presumption that the repeal of the Canadian Wheat Board Act, a procedure which can only be sanctioned by an Act of Parliament, will in fact occur, unquote. This presumption, he maintains, is evidenced by a direct reference in the notice of proposed procurement for a contract posted on the Merck's Canadian Public Tenders website on August 11, 2011. To support his contention, the member for Malpeque has pointed to a statement in the notice that reads as follows. The purpose of the audit is to provide reasonable assurance of the total financial impact of the repeal of the Canadian Wheat Board Act and the dissolution or winding up of the Canadian Wheat Board after the final pooling periods, expected to be July 31st, 2012. In his view, the posting of this notice constitutes contempt since no legislation has been tabled, let alone passed, regarding the winding up of the Canadian Wheat Board. Pour sa part,
the Parliamentary Secretary pointed out that, contrary to the assertion of the member for Malpeque, the very fact that no legislation had yet been introduced concerning the future of the Canadian Wheat Board and that there had been no public advertising as yet stating when such legislation would be introduced or passed was proof enough that the government was not presuming that Parliament would take a particular decision in relation to the Canadian Wheat Board.
Procurement, asking interested, qualified suppliers to provide the government with audit information regarding the financial impact of the repeal of the Canadian Wheat Board Act, if that were to occur, based on certain assumptions. In his submission, the member for Malpeque quoted from a number of rulings by my predecessors, Speakers Fraser, Parent, and Milliken, pertaining to the issuance of government advertisements containing language that was seen to presume on decisions that Parliament had yet to make. The Chair has reviewed those rulings and understands why the member for Malpeque has used them in his arguments before the House. There is no doubt that they deal with the principle the member feels has been offended in this case. A close reading of the circumstances in each of the cases cited shows, however, that this particular case is not quite as analogous as the member has suggested. For example, in the case of the decision by Mr. Speaker Fraser, much of the controversy surrounded government advertisements that clearly stated a date when the then proposed new GST would come into effect. In addition, it should be noted that the Merck's document now at issue was not publicized widely in the same manner as the 1989 GST advertisements. In this case, the Chair has closely examined the wording of the Notice of Proposed Procurement and has found no reference at all to a date by which the Canadian Wheat Board Act will be repealed. Instead, as the Parliamentary Secretary has pointed out, the notice requests specific audit information regarding the financial impact of the repeal of the Canadian Wheat Board Act if such a repeal occurs and proposes certain assumptions on which to base the calculation of that impact. One of these assumptions is that the final pool period is expected to be July 31st, 2012. In the opinion of the Chair, the language is not absolute. The member from Malpeque has also quoted from the terms of reference of a task force the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food has established, and although the Chair has not seen this document, the parts quoted by the member from Malpeque appear to use similar language. The notice itself presents a hypothetical scenario. It does not foresee a specific timetable for legislative action, let alone presume the outcome of such action. As I see it, the notice and task force terms of reference form part of a planning process that might be expected in contemplating the possibility of the repeal of the Canadian Wheat Board Act. I know the member from Malpeque does not expect the Chair to monitor all internal processes undertaken by the government as part of its preparatory work in advance of proposing legislative measures to the House. Accordingly, I cannot agree with the honourable member from Malpeque's statement that, quote, the government presumes that the Act has been repealed, which in fact it has not, unquote. I see no evidence of such a presumption.
In the present instance, I do not believe that the wording of the text of the Notice of Procurement posted on the Merck site is ambiguous. Rather, in my view, it presents a hypothetical case and seeks information on the impact of such a scenario. The Chair cannot find therein a challenge to the authority or dignity of the House or its members or the primacy of Parliament.
The case does not constitute a contempt of the House, and there is no prima facie case of privilege. Je remercie tous les députés.
I would like to thank all members for their interest in this matter.
To the day, order du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading and on an amendment of Bill C-10, Safe Streets and Communities Act.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmagny.
Pour me laisser terminer quelques commentaires. Hier, on a terminé par l'espèce de non-sens d'affirmer que de porter respect aux victimes, c'était de provoquer les conditions essentiel pour provoquer plus de victimes et non pas une baisse du taux de criminalité dans les prochaines années. Il y a quelques autres non-sens que j'aimerais clarifier avant de quitter cette chambre pour aujourd'hui.
Sorry. Order, please. Is the translation working now? The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamaska, Kifiatulu. I just want to take a moment to speak to those that might be willing to support this legislation because they think that it would be good to have a prison in their riding. In fact, this is really a collective matter. This is a failure of the collective activity. We need to create jobs, and prisoners are not a natural resource. So in regions where there is a need for jobs, this is not a way to go about creating jobs, and we need to keep that in mind. We need to allow judges to use their discretion to do their work as judges. We need to avoid taking away the ability of judges to use their judgment and their discretions. We are giving them mandatory minimum sentences, but the job of a judge is to decide, for example, why a theft occurred. Was it because the person was doing wrongdoing intentionally? We need to enable judges to do their work. The Canadian Bar Association and the Quebec Bar Association are either concerned about this legislation or they are against it. This is an important point. How can a judge work with legislation when it would require judges to give sentences that are twice as long for somebody that has a small amount of drugs than for somebody who is a sexual predator?
By putting all of these bills together, the government is manipulating the public debate. And rest assured that Canadians will not be fooled by this. Questioning the right to a pardon. And I believe that it's important to maintain that. It has nothing at all to do with support for pedophilia, for example. It's simply another example of the debate being manipulated, and Canadians deserve apologies.
On est donc devant un choix qui est assez simple.
So we're facing a choice that is somewhat simple. The Canadian government is moving towards a system that reminds me of what I mentioned yesterday, Clockwork Orange, the movie. People discover leadership. They are in such a repressive society that they have only one choice, and that is delinquents. And the more repressive a system we move to, the more our young people today, future leaders, will have that choice. They will have to be delinquents in a repressive situation. Now, I'll give you an example of another movie, Mr. Holland's Opus, where we see a professor, a music teacher in a high school who fights to maintain his budget for the clarinet, the saxophone, the drums, and the future opinion leaders are young people who he encourages to work. Now, what this government is trying to ram down our throats is an expenditure of $5 billion, not to ensure that a young, talented 13-year-old anywhere wants to learn the clarinet and develop as a citizen, or what, in fact, the government is doing is moving towards such a huge expenditure, such a repressive system, that there won't be money. There are things like education, scholastic activities that will be affected. But crime rates will drop. This is a choice that's being forced down our throats. Canadians won't be fooled by it, and it's a poor choice.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just listening to the member there talking about the effect on drugs and railroad Canadian. I was just wondering if the member had an opportunity to read part of the legislation, because it would appear that you would have Canadians believe that there is an innocent 13-year-old growing 5 pot plants in his basement for his buddies whose parents won't let them smoke dope. And I was just wondering if he read the parts of there where the aggravating circumstances actually kick in, where it's used where violence has been used in selling drugs, where it's used in prisons, where it's used by abusive positions of authority, where there are weapons involved. This is serious drug offenses, and I'm just wondering if the member has read those aggravating circumstances. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Rivière-du-Loup. The government goes back to those examples. They're major issues. There is the notion of minor crime where the issue needs to be dealt with. And the energy in Quebec is focused on rehabilitating young people. Unfortunately, I had the misfortune of living in an area in the 80s where the crime rate was relatively high, but the crime rate has dropped and rehabilitation has helped. If someone uses an armed weapon to force someone to submit to rape, well, we agree with opposing that. If we talk about sexual abuse of children, tightening up the legislation in that area, yes. But it's the other aspect of the bill. For minor crime with minimum sentences, those are the aspects that we don't agree with. Questions and comments?
Member for Beaches East.
York. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as my colleague will know, the inclusion of so many new mandatory minimum sentences in the Act removes the incentive for defendants in our court systems to reach a plea of guilty. Has my colleague seen anything in Bill C-10 that will relieve or even mitigate the added congestion and delays in our court system caused by forcing so many defendants to trial?
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. No. I didn't identify anything that would, in fact, deal with that. It's absent from the bill. And that is an area where it would be important to focus on. Now, until the issue has been resolved, we have to focus on the victims who are suffering. They're awaiting the outcome of the legal proceedings. And my colleague has raised a very important point, but that isn't included in the bill being put forth by our colleagues opposite. Questions and comments?
Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, the Conservative Member of Parliament had posed a question in asking, have you read? And I have a similar question, have you read? This came from the Winnipeg Free Press. It was actually a columnist that had written it from Vancouver. And its headline is, Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, gets tougher on pot growers than child rapists. The quote that I would read is, and I would ask if he's read it, a pedophile who gets a child to watch pornography with him, or a pervert exposing himself to kids at a playground would receive a minimum of 90-day sentence, half the term of a man convicted of growing 6 pot plants in his own home. I'm not too sure if the member has actually read it. I believe it to be true. Would he agree that this is a true assessment that was written by not a member of Parliament, but a columnist out from Vancouver?
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I didn't follow exactly. I'm being asked to comment on something a columnist wrote, but in fact, seeing legislation that is less harsh on someone who's growing pot plants, it bothers me. Now, I am a father. I have 3 young children. Being tough on all aspects, dealing with pedophilia. Yes, I sign on and support that fully. The rest of it is not well balanced. A small pot producer being compared to someone who's abused a child, sexually abused a child, that's unacceptable. And I hope that I've answered my colleague's question.
Resuming debate on a point of order, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Oui, Madame le Président,
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent of the House to move the following amendment. That the provisions of Bill C-10 to enact Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act and to amend the State Immunity Act, the Criminal Code, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the Youth Justice Act, the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, and other acts respecting provisions related to youth criminal justice and consisting of clauses 169, 174, and 186, do compose Bill C-10B, that the remaining provisions in Bill C-10 do compose Bill C-10A, that the law clerk and parliamentary council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary, that Bills C-10A and C-10B be reprinted, and that Bill C-10B be deemed to have been read a first time and be printed, deemed read the second time, and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, and deemed read the third time and passed.
There's 2 parts to this, in terms of the bill. One is dealing with regards to the young offenders part of the bill. And what it does is implement recommendations that we receive from a number of the provinces, as well as prohibiting the housing of young offenders with adults. That's one part. And then the second part, I'll be very quick, is with regards to the Former Pardons Act, which would allow for the extension of the length of time that a person would have to wait to get a pardon. It's a principled stance on our part. It's a practical approach to resolving issues that are of unanimous consent, I believe, within this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent for the motion? There is no unanimous consent. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to participate in second reading debate on Bill C-10, the Safe Streets and Community Act. This bill fulfills the government's commitment in the June 2011 speech from the throne to bundle and quickly reintroduce crime bills that died on the order paper when Parliament was dissolved for the general election. Integral to this commitment, as articulated in the speech from the throne, are 2 key statements that I want to quote because I think they give voice to what all Canadians firmly believe. First, the Government of Canada has no more fundamental duty than to protect the personal safety of our citizens and defend against threats to our national security. Second, our government has always believed the interests of law-abiding citizens should be placed ahead of those of criminals. Canadians who are victimized or threatened by crime deserve their government's support and protection. In my view, this precisely characterizes Bill C-10. It packages 9 former bills that collectively recognize and seek to protect our vulnerabilities. For example, children's vulnerability to being preyed upon by adult sexual predators, foreign workers' vulnerability to being exploited by unscrupulous Canadian employers, and our collective vulnerability to suffering the harms that go hand in hand with serious drug crimes such as drug trafficking, production, and acts of terrorism. Knowing this, and knowing as well that many of these reforms have been previously debated, studied, and passed by at least one chamber, there is no reason not to support Bill C-10 in this Parliament. Bill C-10 is divided into 5 parts. Part 1 proposes to deter terrorism by supporting victims. It would create a new cause of action for victims of terrorism to enable them to sue not only the perpetrators of terrorism, but all those who support terrorism, including listed foreign states, for loss or damage that occurred as a result of an act of terrorism or omission committed anywhere in the world on or after January 1st, 1985. The State Immunity Act would be amended to remove immunity from those states that the government has listed as supporters of terrorism. These amendments were previously proposed and passed by the Senate in former Bill S7, Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act, in the previous session of Parliament. They are reintroduced in Bill C10 with technical changes to correct grammatical and cross-reference errors. Part 2 proposes to strengthen our existing responses to child exploitation and serious drug crimes, as well as serious violent and property crimes. It would better protect children against sexual abuse in several ways, including by uniformly and strongly condemning all forms of child sex abuse through the imposition of newer and higher mandatory minimum penalties, as well as creating new court powers to impose conditions to prevent suspected or convicted child sex offenders from engaging in conduct that could facilitate or further their sexual offenses against children. These reforms are the same as they were in former Bill C-54, Protecting Children from Sexual Predators Act, with the addition of proposed increases to the maximum penalty for 4 offenses and corresponding increases in their mandatory minimum penalties to better reflect the particularly heinous nature of these offenses. Part 2 also proposes to specify that conditional sentences of imprisonment, often referred to as house arrest, are never available for offenses punishable by a maximum of 14 years or life, for offenses prosecuted by indictment and punishable by a maximum penalty of 10 years that result in bodily harm, trafficking and production of drugs or that involve the use of a weapon, or for listed serious property and violent offenses punishable by a maximum penalty of 10 years that are prosecuted by indictment. These reforms were previously proposed in former Bill C-16, Ending House Arrest for Property and Other Serious Crimes by Serious Violent Offenders Act, which had received second reading in this House and was referred to the Justice Committee when it died on the order paper. It is in the same form as before, with again a few technical changes that are consistent with the objectives of the bill as was originally introduced. Part 2 also proposes to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to impose mandatory minimum sentences for serious offenses involving production and or possession for the purposes of trafficking and or importing and exporting and or possession for the purpose of exporting Schedule I drugs such as heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, and Schedule II drugs such as marijuana. These mandatory minimum penalties would be imposed where there is an aggravating factor, including where the production of the drug constituted a potential security, health, or safety hazard, or the offense was committed in or near a school. This is the 4th time that these amendments have been introduced. They are in the same form as they were the last time when they are passed by the Senate as former Bill S-10, Penalties for Organized Drugs Crime Act, in the previous Parliament. Part 3 proposes numerous post-sentencing reforms to better support victims and to increase offender accountability and management. Specifically, it reintroduces reforms previously contained in 3 bills from the previous Parliament: Bill C-39, Ending Early Release for Criminals and Increasing Offender Accountability Act; former Bill C-5, Keeping Canadians Safe, the International Transfer of Offenders Act; and former Bill C-23B, the Eliminating Pardons for Serious Crimes Act. Bill C-10 reintroduces these reforms with some technical changes. Part 4 reintroduces much-needed reforms to the Youth Criminal Justice Act to better deal with violent and repeat young offenders. Part 4 includes reforms that will ensure the protection of the public is always considered a principle in dealing with young offenders, and that will make it easier to detain youth charged with serious offenses pending trial. These reforms were also previously proposed in former Bill C-4, Sebastian's Law, Protecting the Public from Violent Young Offenders. Lastly, Part 5 proposes amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to better protect foreign workers against abuse and exploitation. Their reintroduction in Bill C-10 reflects the 5th time that these reforms are before Parliament, with the last version being former Bill C-56, Preventing the Trafficking, Abuse, and Exploitation of Vulnerable Immigrants Act. In short, Bill C-10 proposes many needed and welcome reforms to safeguard Canadians. Many have already been supported in the previous Parliament, and Canadians are again expecting us to support them in this Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech today. I have here an article by Mr. Peter Blakey, who is a very distinguished Canadian lawyer, founder of the law firm of Heenan Blakey in Montreal, and in fact a former president of the Progressive Conservative Party of Canada. He wrote an article earlier this year in August, and he said this, and I'd like my honourable colleague to comment on it. More specifically, mandatory minimum sentences, by imposing a straitjacket on judges, limit their ability to differentiate as regards the same offence with respect to what might be completely different circumstances. Judges are human and might on occasion err. However, they are highly educated and highly trained, far better equipped to determine appropriate sentences than our members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he feels that he knows better than people who are trained in that way, or better than Peter Blakey.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, I fundamentally disagree with the premise that our justice initiatives are not in the best interest of Canadians. And my friend can quote whoever he wants to quote, but I'm going to quote from people that matter. These are victims of crime. So, the Prime Minister is to be lauded for following through on his 2008 and 2011 election platform promises to bring this measure forward. Having just marked the 10th anniversary of that terrible day, I believe this decennial year is a truly appropriate time to enact this measure, which will help frame this government's legacy as an unyielding foe to terror and a stalwart advocate of its victims. This is from CCAT co-founder Maureen Basnicki, whose husband was murdered on 9/11. These are the people that we're enacting this legislation for. We're going to stand up for victims of crime. I don't understand why the members opposite want to stand up and quote people who have no interest talking about this crime agenda.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Madam Speaker, that's an interesting comment, and I wonder if the member could actually speak up for the disproportionate numbers of Aboriginal peoples who are incarcerated. And in an article by the Toronto Star, February the 20th, 2011, they indicate that there is a bleak link between poverty and incarceration. While Aboriginals, many mired in poverty, represent 4% of Canada's population, they make up almost 20% of those in federal prisons. And I could, of course, quote from any number of articles that talk about the importance of preventative programs and working to keep people out of the prison population, and that includes adequate housing, health care, education, drinking water, and the list goes on and on. So I wonder if the member could comment about his government's plans to do something about prevention.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. Not really particularly what I was talking about. We're talking about introducing legislation to protect Canadians from crime and to support victims of crime. We do have an Aboriginal justice strategy in place that we're working on and working very hard to implement. But what I want to go back to is I want to talk to the people that support this legislation, and I'm going to give you another quote. Whether it is by keeping dealers and producers off the streets and out of business, or by serving as a deterrent to potential dealers, this proposed legislation will help our members in doing their jobs and keeping our communities safe. In simple terms, keep these criminals in jail longer, and you take away their opportunity to traffic drugs. Who said that? President Tom Stamakakis, the president of the Canadian Police Association. That's who we're standing up for, and that's who we're thrilled to have the support of.
Questions and comments. A very brief question, because we only have 1 minute left. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. I was listening to what the member said concerning the fight against drugs, and I'm looking at the results in the United States of the increase of measures against traffickers. It's a total failure. because there's never been so many drugs in circulation. So how can he claim that the fight on drugs is going to be won by incarcerating more people? I just don't understand his logic.
West, there's about 30 seconds for a response.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I know my friend is talking about what's happened in the United States. It's interesting that whenever they want to talk about our legislation, they just blindly suggest that we're following the American model. What I will tell you is, another quote for us, mandatory minimum sentences for serious drug crimes will help in our fight against organized crime and the trafficking and production of drugs. These criminals in jail longer, and you take away their opportunity to traffic in drugs. Who said that? Charles Mommy, President of the Canadian Police Association, October of 2010. These are the kind of people we're happy to have the support of, and they can quote whoever they want. We're standing up for Canadians and police force.
Resuming the debate, the honourable member for Halifax West. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to participate in today's debate concerning Bill C-10, concerning crime.
First, look at the context in which this bill is being introduced. Let's look at crime rates. What's happening with crime rates? Well, they're dropping. They've been dropping for a long time, as a matter of fact. Let's look at violent crime rates. What's happening with them? They're dropping. They've been dropping for a long time. What about the intensity of crime, Madam Speaker? That also has been dropping.
Unemployment rates are going up, though.
Meanwhile, unemployment rates, as my colleague from Cape Breton Canso points out, have been growing up. In fact, Statistics Canada, on July 21st of this year, released this information. It said, quote, the national crime rate has been falling steadily for the past 20 years and is now at its lowest level since 1973, unquote. Now, Madam Speaker, in that circumstance, you might ask what the government might invest in. What would it decide to put its resources into? It could put them into health, but it's not doing that. It could put the money into education, but we're not seeing that. It could put an emphasis and funds into innovation to make our economy stronger. We don't see that. It could put funding into crime prevention, Madam Speaker. What it does instead is it puts a number in the window on a budget, says we're going to spend this much on crime prevention, and ends up spending, in fact, far less in reality. So that's where their priorities are. The fact is, when you look at the crime rates, what we know is the government's not interested in this information. Just the same way as they're not interested in data or scientific information when it comes to the census, we all saw there, when it comes to climate change, and in so many other areas, Madam Speaker. In fact, what's their attitude? And so they want Canadians to be afraid, to be very afraid, to believe they need this kind of an agenda. And yes, of course, we should be striving to lower crime rates. That's a good thing, and it's good that it has been happening. But the question is building more prisons the answer? Because the fact is, this government is already spending a lot more money on programs that don't work, a lot more money on prisons. In fact, let's compare what's happened in the last few years. In 2005-06, the last year of the Liberal government, $1.6 billion was spent on the correctional service. By 2011-12, by this year, that's gone up from $1.6 billion to $2.98 billion, an increase of 86%. And the forecast, of course, you've seen already, and there's more coming because of this bill, I'm sure. The forecast is that by 2013-14, it will be $3.15 billion, an increase of over 100%, Madam Speaker. And that's just based on the changes that have been made so far, not this bill. Now, in fact, this bill is an amalgamation of 9 previous bills, and many of which previously this party offered to fast-track and move forward. But the government didn't want to do that. It wanted to play games, and in fact, some of which it brought in and then prorogued Parliament and later tried to blame the other parties for not moving them forward. What a ridiculous strategy, Madam Speaker. And meanwhile, we have the work of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, a person who was handpicked by the Prime Minister, chosen by this government, selected to do the job, an important job, Madam Speaker, of assisting members of Parliament in assessing bills being brought forward, assessing what the government's telling us about finances, and telling us whether it's accurate or not. Well, the fact of the matter is that he told us that just one of their bills would add $5 billion to the taxpayers' burden, Madam Speaker. And that's for the one bill that he could get information from the government about. They wouldn't give him information about the other bills. And remember, we're talking here about this bill amalgamating 9 bills entirely, not just one. And we're hearing that's going to cost, according to the parliamentary budget officer, he thinks, somewhere between $10 and $15 billion, although it's difficult to say since the government won't share information. And this is, after all, the biggest spending government in Canadian history. This is the government that has increased spending since it came into office by 35%. It increased spending by 18% in its first 3 years. And that's before the recession began, Madam Speaker. Members on this side will recall that in April and May of 2008, and let's remember that the recession did not start, until the fall of 2008. But in the early part of that fiscal year, this government, because of its high spending, was already in deficit, Madam Speaker. Very important point. And for what? For gazebos and steamboats? For $90,000 a day consultants to do the job of highly paid, highly skilled civil servants?
Please, on a point of order, the honourable member for Yukon.
Madam Speaker, I believe this debate was on Bill C-10, and we've now had about 4 minutes on the state of our economy and what a great job the Liberal government was doing years ago. Can we get this back on track? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm sure the honourable member will be making his point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's very timely because I just finished, in fact, the part of my speech where I was talking about the context of this bill, the context of the finances of the country and where this government's choosing to spend money. Well, let's look at what the Globe and Mail said yesterday in a story. It said, quote, Correctional Services Canada's overall budget for the current fiscal year of 2011-12 is projected to be $514.2 million, or 20.8% higher than the year before. And it's clearly higher than the minister's estimates, Madam Speaker. So after 6 years of this kind of agenda from this government, what do we have? We have prisons that are overcrowded. What's the result? More crime in prison. We have Corrections Canada officials who appeared before the Operations Committee on which I was sitting last spring, who told us about the problems caused by double bunking in their facilities, how it's creating a more dangerous work environment for them. We're seeing this in places like the Dartmouth jail in my province of Nova Scotia. And in fact, what's the result as well, Madam Speaker, of this, as we've seen in other places? The result is more reoffending. Now, the bills the government's already passed, and these increases in costs, are already imposing costs on the provinces as well. That's an important point, because they're having to build more correctional centres. They're seeing fewer plea bargains because of mandatory minimums. Defense lawyers are not willing to bargain because there's nothing to bargain for. They can't bargain down a minimum sentence. We're seeing more trials as a result and more backlog. We're seeing longer pre-trial remands, and most of these costs are falling on the provinces. For instance, in this bill, in Bill C-10, there's a section that amends the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. 16 times in that section, Madam Speaker, in that part of the bill, there are minimums created, minimum mandatory sentences created, and the maximums left alone, a maximum of 2 years less a day or less. So, in other words, what happens is that that person stays in provincial custody, and the cost of this additional sentence is on the provinces, the cost of this additional number of people who will be imprisoned. Now, Mr. Speaker, those are facts. That's important data, but this government's not interested in that kind of information. You know, if a young person at university, for example, under this bill, if he's got a prescription for Tylenol number 3, and he or she has a friend who's sick and passes that person one of those pills, under this bill, that person goes to jail for 2 years, Madam Speaker. So where is the evidence that shoveling billions into the prison system will make us safer? Because after all, the bill's title talks about safer streets. And that should be, it seems to me, question number one. Will it, in fact, make it safer? Well, all the evidence says no. The philosopher George Santayana once said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to fulfill it." So let's look at what's happened in the past. What's happened elsewhere, and the best example of a place with high incarceration rates, of course, is next door in the U.S. Well, these methods have been tried and proved disastrous in the U.S., Madam Speaker, where prisons are collapsing under their own weight. The U.S. incarceration rate is now 700% higher per capita than Canada's. It has violent crime rates far higher than our own. Their homicide rate, in fact, in 2009, ours was for every 100,000 Canadians, Madam Speaker, we had 2 murders, they had 5. When it's robbery, we had 89, they had 145, and I see you waving, Madam Speaker, that I should wind up, but I urge members to vote against this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Madam Speaker, and I listened to my friend with interest, as I always do. And one comment, or I guess 2 short questions. They put a lot of stock in the parliamentary budget officer, and that's fine. There was a study that came out today that showed out of 15 particular cases where he had rendered opinion, or the Minister of Finance had rendered opinion, or somebody on this side, that in fact the government side had been right 9 times, the PBO had been right 4 times on 2 of them. They agreed. So I just throw that out as an observation. But I would like to ask, they put a lot of rhetoric into saying that everybody that grows, 6 pot plants is going to be thrown into jail, when in fact that is not what it says. Would he admit, probably not, that what we are really after is the people who actually grow it, to traffic it to whomever, and to export it? Would he at least admit that that is actually the intent of the bill?
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Well, Madam Speaker, let me first speak about the parliamentary budget officer and the challenge that he faces. Because here is a person who was appointed by this government and given the job of reporting to Parliament and advising us as parliamentarians so we can do our constitutional job of voting on spending. Well, then we have the government refusing to give that person the tools they need, the information they need to do their job. So, now we have them complaining about the job he's doing, saying he's not doing a good enough job and they won't give him the information to do it. Madam Speaker, there's an old saying that I think it was Yeltsin who talked about wishing that he had just one economist instead of 10,000 because they all had different views, and economists do have different views, and they're going to have different outcomes. But I think we can recognize that when it comes to the cost of these bills, the government's been wrong. The numbers show it already. They're out to lunch. The numbers are way over what they've projected, Madam Speaker. And now, when it comes to what their intention is, the fact is that this side of the House has offered a number of times to fast-track the parts of these bills that we agree with. But there are other parts that are very problematic, and they fail to recognize that, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech. At the beginning of his speech, Madam Speaker, he spoke about the declining statistical trends in crime rate, and I take the point about the absurdity of this bill in the context of declining crime rates. But it seems to me, too, that good policy is good policy, and good legislation is good legislation. So I'm wondering if the member would feel any differently about the contents of this bill were crime rates actually rising.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
I thank the member for his question. It's, I think, an excellent question. I think that the fact is it is important to examine the context of what the government's doing in the situation, where they're putting their priorities. But he makes an excellent point about would we feel differently if crime rates were rising. I would certainly feel that it makes sense to invest, particularly to choose among the things you are focusing on, to choose to invest particular attention in this area. And of course we want to see the reduction of crime rates, as I said, but it's happening already. So the question is not so much whether you would have these measures. I think the thing is you could invest in other ways. I don't think that the measures in this bill are in fact calculated well to reduce crime. The fact is, if you look at the U.S., it's actually resulted in increased crime and more victims. And how on earth do you expect to improve things for victims if if you have more of them, this is more crime because of a silly agenda that doesn't work.
The Honourable, questions and comments. A brief question by the member for Saanich and the Islands. There's less than a minute left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the Honourable Member for Halifax West relates to a question he put earlier in this discussion relating to Peter Blakey. The reference to Maureen Besnecki and her gratitude for the bill. As a Member of Parliament, I would also vote for the portion of this bill, if it were separate, for the Proceeds of Terrorism Act. I wonder if the member for Halifax West feels the same. Maureen Besnicki's quote had nothing to do with the question posted.
Honourable Member for Halifax West, a brief response.
Madam Speaker, I don't recall quoting Madam Bresnicki. It was not anything that I read, Madam Speaker. Perhaps someone else did, but I'd certainly. I gather the opposition, the Conservative side, quoted from that. I think I'd have to review her words and examine whether I'd agree. It sounds like I might, but I'd have to have a look, Madam Speaker. But I thank my honourable colleague, my old law school classmate, for the question.
Resuming debate. Order, please. Order. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am pleased to participate in the second reading debate on Bill C-10, the Safe Streets and Communities Act. Bill C-10 is a comprehensive bill that brings together reforms proposed from 9 bills that were before the previous Parliament. The short title for the bill, the Safe Streets and Community Act, reflects the overall intent of this comprehensive legislation. Namely, it seeks to safeguard Canadians and Canadian communities from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, this is such a fundamental principle and objective. To my mind, this objective should be one that is unanimously supported by all parliamentarians in all instances and in all cases. While I appreciate there are many issues in which we as lawmakers may reasonably disagree, the safety and security of Canadians, including that of vulnerable children, should never be one such issue. So let's consider what is this comprehensive bill. It proposes amendments that generally seek to do the following. First, Bill C-10 through Part 2 proposes to better protect children and youth from sexual predators. These reforms were previously proposed in former Bill C-54 in the last Parliament, the Protecting Children from Sexual Predators Act. Specifically, these amendments would impose new and higher mandatory minimum penalties to ensure that all sexual offences involving child victims are consistently and strongly condemned. They would create 2 new offences to target preparatory conduct to the commission of a sexual offence against a child. And they would enable courts to impose conditions on suspected or convicted child sex offenders to prevent them from engaging in conduct that could lead to their committing another sexual offence against a child. Second, Bill C-10 through Part 2 proposes to increase penalties by imposing mandatory minimum penalties when specified aggravating factors are present for serious drug offences. That is, for the offences of production, trafficking, possession for the purpose of trafficking, importing and exporting, possession for the purpose of exporting of Schedule I drugs such as heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, and Schedule II drugs such as marijuana. These offences often involve organized crime, including gang warfare over turf, which in turn bring their own disastrous impact on Canadian communities. They also enable and feed drug abuse, the negative impact which is felt not only by the addicted individual, but also by the families of that addict, as well as by the Canadian health system and the economy. These reforms were previously proposed and passed by the Senate in former Bill S-10, the Penalties for Organized Drug Crime Act. Third, Part 2 of the bill includes what was previously proposed in former Bill C-16, the Ending House Arrest for Property and Other Serious Crimes by Serious and Violent Offenders Act, namely to end house arrest for serious crimes. Under these reforms, offences carrying a maximum penalty of 14 years, as well as serious offences that are punishable by 10 years or more and prosecuted by indictment that result in bodily harm, or the import, export, trafficking, and production of drugs, or that involve the use of a weapon or that specifically identified, would never be eligible to receive a conditional sentence of imprisonment. Madam Speaker, fourth part, Bill C-10 through Part 4, proposes to protect the public from violent and repeat young offenders. These amendments, including recognizing the protection of society as a principle in the Youth Criminal Justice Act, making it easier to detain youth charged with serious offenses pending trial, requiring the courts to consider adult sentences for the most serious and violent cases, and requiring the police to keep records of extrajudicial measures. These reforms were previously proposed by former Bill C-4 Sebastian's Law and include responses to the Supreme Court of Canada 2008 judgment in Regina versus DB and the 2006 report of the Nova Scotia Nunn Commission of Inquiry, Spiraling Out of Control, Lessons Learned from a Boy in Trouble. Fifth, Bill C-10 through Part 3 includes proposals to rename pardons as record suspensions. It would expand the period of ineligibility to apply for a record suspension and proposes to make record suspensions unavailable for certain offenses, including child sex offenses, and for persons who have been convicted of more than 3 offenses prosecuted by indictment, and for each of which the individual received a sentence of 2 years or more. These reforms were previously proposed in former Bill C-23B, the Eliminating Pardons for Serious Crimes Act. Sixth, Bill C-10, also through Part 3, proposes to codify some additional key factors in deciding whether a Canadian who is convicted abroad would be granted a transfer back to Canada. These reforms were previously proposed in Bill C-5, the Keeping Canadians Safe, the International Transfer of Offenders Act. Seventh, Bill C-10 through Part 3 proposes to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to recognize the rights of victims, increase offender accountability and responsibility, and modernize the disciplinary system for inmates. These proposals were previously proposed in former Bill C-39, the Ending Early Release for Criminals and Increasing Offender Accountability Act. And eighth, Madam Speaker, Bill C-10 through Part 1 seeks to deter terrorism by supporting victims of terrorism. Specifically, these reforms would enable victims of terrorism to sue perpetrators and supporters of terrorism, including listed foreign states, for loss or damage that occurred as a result of an act of terrorism committed anywhere in the world on or after January the 1st, 1985. These amendments were previously proposed and passed by the Senate in the former Bill S-7, the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act. And lastly, Madam Speaker, Bill C-10 through Part 5 proposes amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to protect vulnerable foreign nationals against abuse and exploitation. These amendments were previously proposed by former Bill C-56, the Preventing the Trafficking, Abuse, and Exploitation of Vulnerable Immigrants Act. Now, Madam Speaker, I briefly summarized the 9 core elements of Bill C-10. All of these proposed amendments seek to better protect Canadians, and that is something that we should all be able to agree on. Certainly, it is something we know Canadians agree on. I call on all members to support the second reading of the bill so that it can be quickly referred to and studied by the Justice Committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I keep listening to this debate on C-10, and I'm trying to understand the motivation. And as I listen, and as I listen to the previous speaker, the question that comes to my mind is around the protection of potential refugees against the smugglers. The human smuggling already has the highest penalty. Highest punishment is life sentence. This bill does not increase that. So how will this bill protect or punish smugglers who are engaged in human smuggling?
Honourable Member for Oxford.
Well, Madam Speaker, quite frankly, the bill brings a whole lot of matters forward, and certainly the human smuggling issue has been one that has been troubling for this country for a long time, and it takes different forms. And the exploitation of people smuggled into the country, in many cases, it directly affects women who are then forced into the sex trade in Canada. Whole raft of issues that certainly dehumanizes individuals that are brought here by smugglers. So this bill is all part of that package to improve the quality of life for people in this country and for those who legitimately come to this country. Good answer.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And
I'd like to put a question to my friend from Oxford. It seems the government, I think what's obvious here is that the government has taken an approach here. It's like if the roof was leaking, let's just put more buckets out here. If there's crime in the streets, then let's just build more jails, rather than trying to fix the roof, rather than trying to address social problems. I think, I certainly think that that's wrong-minded. It's a wrong-minded approach. But my problem is, and the question of my colleague from Oxford, there are aspects, components of this bill that we absolutely agree with, and we agree that we could support them and unanimously pass them through this House. I'm sure they get support from the NDP as well. Why would the government not allow to break those components of the bill out that could receive unanimous support, and the contentious aspects, the ones that haven't been costed, they're the ones that scare the heck out of us, the ones that haven't been costed, let's go forward and present them and see a fulsome debate on those particular aspects.
Honourable Member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do truly thank my good friend from Cape Breton Council for his question. But the very first thing I would say, his premise, he's dead wrong. I mean, we believe that if the roof is leaking, you better fix it. His approach might very well be to analyze each drop as it comes through the roof. But that's exactly what they want. With all due respect, Madam Speaker, this is about the protection of Canadians. I don't know why the other side want to put a price on protecting victims. You know, I recall talking with a victim of a serious crime. They weren't concerned about what the cost was. They wanted to see justice. And justice is not done by an open door. Frequently, when I listen to the other side, I think the real solution is to open all of the doors, all of the prisons, and that somehow will fix it. Beyond that, their other problem is they want to blame society for the acts of criminals. And quite frankly, we just think that there is criminal acts that are dealt with in this, and that we should move forward on that bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the member opposite, I listened very, very carefully to your statement and your answer to the last question, and it seems to us on this side of the House that the way to get at crime is to find the roots of crime and try to stop the things from happening at the ground floor, so that the roof doesn't leak. And I'm wondering why this government does not want to take a look at some of the fundamental roots of crime: poverty, mental illness, and addiction.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member from Davenport. Well, you know, quite frankly, part of his equation is blaming society. Having been involved for a long, long time in that whole thing, I have seen children from families, one child will go to a life of crime and many others don't. It's easy to blame society for these things. But at some point, those who commit crimes are going to have to suffer the consequences. I don't think many of them feel that they should not suffer those consequences. But pass this bill. It's about protecting victims.
Alors, conformément à...
Order, please. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra Veterans. The Honourable Member for Windsor West, Windsor-Detroit Border Crossing. The Honourable Member for Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor, Fisheries and Oceans. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak on Bill C-10, the government's so-called Safe Streets and Communities Act. Indeed, of the many ways in which the Conservative government is moving Canada backwards, few initiatives do more to achieve this than Bill C-10. In my riding at Davenport over the last 2 years, this is one of the issues that has come up most often. concern over this government's obsession with spending billions of dollars and compelling, by the way, the provinces to do the same, towards a crime bill that will largely not make our streets any safer and won't contribute to building stronger communities. You know, I live in a riding where in the last 2 years we've seen schools close, recreation centers close, daycare centers close, programs to help settle new immigrants have been gutted, bus routes, used primarily by folks doing shift work, have been cut, and seniors in dire need of new investments, senior services that are in dire need of new investments. Now, I live in a city where 70,000 people are on a waiting list for affordable housing. So while the essential services that are needed to create strong, vibrant, safe streets and communities are being choked, this government can find billions upon billions of dollars for an experiment on crime prevention, which has failed in every jurisdiction where it's been attempted, utterly failed, as we know, in the United States. Now, don't get me wrong. It isn't that people in my riding aren't concerned about crime. They are concerned about crime. Indeed they are. But I am reminded of a conversation I had with some residents who were concerned about drug dealers taking over the local park. And I'm concerned about that too. Now, it wasn't that they were just concerned about the dealers. To a person, these residents complained not so much that there aren't enough prisons to lock these dealers up, but there aren't enough programs for young people to get involved in, that with nothing to do and few local job prospects, young people are vulnerable to falling into gang culture and criminal elements. Bill C-10 does not address this fundamental, foundational issue around crime prevention. Now, while I listed all the closures in my riding, and I could list more, in fact, Madam Speaker, there are things that are being built and opened in my riding, and in the riding at Davenport, there are 2 brand new police stations being built as we speak. Now, many are hopeful, as am I, that these new police stations in our neighborhoods will help with some of the crime issues that people are dealing with. But the problem underlined in my riding is writ large in Bill C-10. There is no balance here. In communities across this country, investment in social infrastructure is desperately needed, yet we are told that we are heading into a period of austerity and that there's no money, Madam Speaker. Well, there is money for some things, but when ideology trumps common sense, you get nasty pieces of legislation like Bill C-10. Instead of a national affordable housing strategy that would provide a framework to provide stable, affordable housing, a key determinant to health and a primary building block for safe communities, this government will spend over $500 million this year alone on new prison construction. This is their housing strategy for Canada. And while this government squeezes middle and working class families and small businesses, they are happy to spend over $162,000 on average annually for each new prison cell in this country, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Now, instead of investing in getting at the roots of poverty, mental illness, and addiction, instead of focusing on a comprehensive pan-Canadian job strategy, and by the way, rolling over for the oil and gas industry isn't a cross-Canada jobs program. This government wants to spend close to $3 billion a year locking more people up, providing fewer programs to rehabilitate them, all the while draining our public coffers of precious resources that could actually truly create safer streets. Indeed, prison costs are up 86% since the Conservatives took power, while the crime rate continues to fall to its lowest levels since the 1970s. We have a government here that has racked up the biggest fiscal deficit in the history of Canada. And instead of being smart with taxpayers' money, they play politics and let their dated right-wing ideology continue to craft bad public policy. For example, a single new security cell is going to cost $260,000 to build a low security cell. A medium security cell, $400,000. A maximum security cell, $600,000. For goodness sakes, even the annual cost of an inmate in a community correctional center right now is over $85,000 a year. Does this make fiscal sense? As the income gap gets wider and wider in this country, the government hectors Canadians about belt tightening while they spend on a prison expansion scheme that both the Canadian Bar Association and the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, among many others, have serious concerns about. But of course, this government doesn't actually want to hear what Canadians think about this omnibus bill. Well, if they did, they wouldn't have limited debate on this. Bill C-10 packages up 9 government bills from the previous Parliament and presents them to the House and to Canadians as one whopping bill, and then says, accept it all, without any conversation, without any debate. But with the motion that passed yesterday morning, Canadians in this House will only be able to debate for a period of, less than 2 hours for each of the 9 bills. Now, for a government that was elected to bring more transparency, more accountability to this place, they are, in fact, bringing less, and the action of limiting debate on this huge and outrageously expensive bill is the last one more example of this lack of transparency. And it is too bad. I mean, Canadians deserve to have C-10 aired to its fullest. Experts say that mandatory minimum sentences do not work for reducing drug use, tackling organized crime, or making our communities safer. Indeed. The measures contained in this bill, for example, will not make it easier for law enforcement agencies to get to the organized crime bosses who run the drug trade, who we need to bring in, who we need to incarcerate. Indeed, one of the most effective ways to promote public safety is a successful rehabilitation and reintegration back into society of offenders. Our federal prison system lacks the programs to deal with this effectively. This legislation does not deal with this issue in any kind of real way. Now, indeed, Madam Speaker, we do not oppose everything in this bill. As we saw yesterday in this House, my honourable colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh tabled a motion that would have expedited the passing of elements of this bill that were in the last Parliament, known as Bill C-54. This section seeks to protect children from exploitation and sexual abuse. In fact, the government has adopted measures in this section of Bill C-10 put forward by the NDP and private members' bills. So it's too bad that this government would rather play politics than move quickly on parts of this bill that could get unanimous support in this House, like these measures to protect our children. In fact, immediately after voting down the motion that would have sent that part of the bill to the Senate within 48 hours, government members proceeded with statements on the importance of the very measure they had just voted against putting on the fast track. As I said, there are things in this bill which we do agree with, which we could find common ground with the government on, but they're not really interested in doing that. The government's decision to limit debate heaps a measure of ideological cynicism onto what should be a very, very thorough, very serious examination. This bill is too costly, and it won't make our streets and communities safer. We on the NDP side of the House have been prepared to work with the government to quickly pass the measures that will protect children and to fix measures that won't work. It's too bad this government wants to play politics and games with the safety of some of the most vulnerable in our society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary North East.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague from the opposite very carefully. And let me tell him what I heard in Calgary North East. I got a chance to talk to a couple of offenders who had been in the jail for a couple times and for a few months each time. I did ask one question, one specific question to each of them. that what about if you had to spend minimum 2 years for the same offense, you spent 2 months, and they said we would not have done it. That's what the deterrence said. And I heard the member, he talked about the cost, and he talked about the debate. First of all, these bills have been debated in this House in the past very, very extensively. Not coming out to the cost, but it's so unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that I have not heard a line about supporting the victim. So my question is, why can't they stop playing politics and do the right thing, stand up for the victims and support this bill and make a change for once?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, the fact of the matter, Madam Speaker, is that 77,000 fewer reported crimes in 2010 than 2009. 2010 crime rates the lowest since the 1970s. And yet the cost of prisons are up 86% since the Conservative government took over. This is the new math of this Parliament, and Canadians are scratching their heads, and we are wondering why this government seeks to, spend money in such a fashion without fulsome debate in this House on the bill that we have before us.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Member, Canada's prisons are home to an increasing number of offenders with mental health disorders, ranging from antisocial personality disorder through to schizophrenia, and offenders may also be addicted to alcohol or drugs. We are seeing criminalization of the mentally ill. A recent report from the Office of the Correctional Investigator shows the number of people in federal prisons with mental illnesses has nearly doubled in the past decade, while the incarceration rate barely budged. I'm wondering what solutions the honourable member would suggest to treat people with mental illness who run into difficulty with the law, often because of the lack of a national mental health strategy and poorly funded, disorganized, and fragmented community mental health services.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable friend for that excellent question, and it's true. Law enforcement agencies across Canada have been saying for years that they need the resources to properly deal with the issue of mental health, and we're seeing this time and time again, anecdotally across Canada, that when law enforcement agencies have that training, many situations that previously resulted in tragic outcomes don't. So it's incumbent on us to provide for law enforcement agencies those tools they need to learn more about mental health, to understand the issue, and to understand that this is an illness and it's not criminal behavior.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a father myself, I find it completely unacceptable for the government to say that it's responsible, hiding behind pedophilia, saying that there are other aspects in the bill which are laudable, and they're saying that we don't want to support their bill. No, that's not correct. Is it acceptable to hide behind one point in order to try and push through others in such an irresponsible way? That's my question.
Honourable member for Davenport, a brief
Okay, well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. And in fact, this is one of the problems we have with this bill. Really, it's a cynical move on the part of the government to hide the problematic parts of this bill inside an omnibus bill, so that we can't, as parliamentarians, as representatives of the Canadian public, so we can't properly debate them. I think we all think this is a very serious problem here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fort McMurray Athabasca.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to stand up in this House to debate this particular item. Madam Speaker, as you know, I come from northern Alberta, a very beautiful part of Canada, lush wilderness. 5 rivers flow into my community, it is a beautiful place. I've lived there 45 years. During that time, I've seen a move from 1,500 people to approximately 100,000 today. That is quite the growth, Madam Speaker, for any community. But during that period of time, I also had the opportunity to practice law. And I practiced a series of different types of law, including criminal law. My family has lived in that community in the center of town for 45 years. And, Madam Speaker, during that time period, we have seen a tremendous growth in one particular trade. That trade is obvious and daily seen on the streets of downtown Fort McMurray as a drug trade. I get many calls from many constituents in relation to this particular activity that carries on during the day. And, Madam Speaker, that's why I'm so pleased today to rise to speak in support of Bill C-10, which is going to help the communities across Canada, those beautiful communities that have turned into places where drugs are sold openly in public at all times of the day, Madam Speaker. This must stop. This is Canada. This is not some third world country, Madam Speaker. This is Canada, where we believe in the rule of law, where we believe in obeying the laws. And, Madam Speaker, I'm glad to say that Bill C-10 is not just in relation to punishing drug dealers, but also to protect our youth, to protect our country and the victims for justice, for terrorism acts, for acts of terrorism, Madam Speaker, and to amend many other acts, including the State Immunity Act, the Criminal Code itself, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Corrections and Conditions Release Act, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Madam Speaker, we're getting a lot of work done here, notwithstanding the NDP's position on this bill. And I would like to say, Madam Speaker, that I have received tremendous support, not just from Fort McMurray, but from small communities like Slave Lake and High Prairie that are nestled in a different area of Alberta, somewhere further south, about 5 hours by vehicle south. But these communities have seen a tremendous increase in plain and obvious drug trafficking as well. And they have spoken loudly and clearly that they want this off their streets. This bill, the Safe Streets and Communities Act, actually responds to and reflects our commitment to reintroduce our law and order agenda legislation to combat crime and terrorism. And on the other side, Madam Speaker, we hear them say, well, let's study it some more. Well, we've studied it, Madam Speaker. And in fact, it's been many of these positions that are found in these bills have been in Conservative policy, in this party's policy, for many, many years. So they've been thoroughly debated. They were debated in the House beforehand, and maybe some of these members are new. We understand that. But, Madam Speaker, they have been debated, and the people of Canada spoke. They spoke in the last election, and they gave us a clear mandate to move forward with this agenda because they knew that the Liberal Party, who are now pretty much gone, except for a few members, they spoke against them, Madam Speaker, because they blocked our agenda for years. Now, Madam Speaker, and we can hear them over there talking about them standing up.
I ask members who don't have the floor to wait till questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, just like the Conservatives stand up for victims, you're standing up for me, and I appreciate that. Now, Madam Speaker, as noted by the Minister of Justice in his speech to this House last week, this bill reflects the strong mandate that Canadians have actually given us to protect society and to ultimately hold criminals responsible for their actions, Madam Speaker. And that doesn't mean a slap on the wrist. That means actually time away for the crime they've committed, proportional, of course, to the crime they've committed. These 9 bills, bringing them together, that died on the order paper in the last Parliament, send a clear signal to Canadians that we have listened to them, that we are following the mandate they have given us, and we are following through with our commitment. Canadians know that they can count on this government to do exactly that, Madam Speaker. We have, through a series of bills and through a series of legislative moves, sought to improve public safety and strengthen our justice system since we formed government in 2006. And while we have enacted significant criminal law reforms, Madam Speaker, there is much more to be done. And by moving forward on this particular piece of legislation, it will certainly be a step in the right direction. But, Madam Speaker, our work isn't done, and we look forward to constructive criticism from the opposition, because I'm sure it will be constructive. We know it will be criticism. But we do look for suggestions from them, Madam Speaker, because nothing's perfect, and we know that we have to go further and better to reflect what Canadians want, Madam Speaker, and that's clearly the safety on their streets, to take drug dealers off the streets, and make sure their children can play on the streets. Now, the suggestion by the opposition that we should somehow cherry-pick parts of the bills and take them, fast-track them, is just not listening to what Canadians said in the last election, Madam Speaker. They clearly support our law and order agenda, and I think the opposition parties, the NDP and the Liberals, should get on board and do exactly that, not just with these bills, Madam Speaker. I know the Liberals in some part have said that they will support it, but in our other bills, because clearly Canadians should be the final boss of this place and of us. Now, Madam Speaker, as I said, this debate is welcome because we have an opportunity to put in the forefront what we are trying to do for Canadians and that we are listening to them. It's also important, Madam Speaker, to recognize that we have continued on with this debate time and time again with many of the same people that are across the way now complaining that we are not giving proper discussion. Now, Madam Speaker, I see you want to rise out of your chair. That must mean my time is done, or are you sitting back? I'm kind of lost on that one, but thank you, Madam Speaker. My eyes, I think, see 2. I think that's either the peace sign or it means 2 minutes left, but I'll take it as 2 minutes. Clearly, Madam Speaker, we know that moving forward with this bill will ensure public safety. It will ensure offenders are held more accountable. We have minimum sentences in there to make sure that happens and to make sure that judges know clearly. I remember when I practiced law, Madam Speaker, and I would stand up before a judge, and the judge would talk about, well, we don't have clear indication from Parliament here or here. Where should I sentence? This case went over here in 2 years, and this case got 2 months for the same offense. Maybe drug trafficking in Vancouver versus in Edmonton. And that happens, Madam Speaker. I can assure you it happens. This sends a clear message to judges. In part, that this legislation, the minimal sentences that we're passing with the help of the Liberals, hopefully, and with convincing some NDP members about what Canadians want, this will actually happen. And we are sending clear direction to judges across this country. We want to see this stopped, Madam Speaker. They have asked for direction, and I hope they're listening today, because they should recognize that Canadians speak to us by electing us, and we speak to them through putting laws in place that they will actually interpret, Madam Speaker, clearly, but that they will impose the sentences that we're asking them to do, because Canadians have clearly spoken to us that they want that. Now, Madam Speaker, I've heard a good overview of Bill C-10 by many members in this House, and I know many have complained it's a bit too large and it's a bit too complicated, but clearly, Madam Speaker, I've had an opportunity to sit in on special legislative committees on passing 15 bills in this place through committees, and I don't see any complication. It's plain language. It's very clear, Madam Speaker. It's been before the House in some cases for years and years. So, Madam Speaker, certainly I would suggest it's not too large and not too complex, but if the members on the other side have difficulties with particular clauses, I'd be happy to go through it with them, Madam Speaker. I'm sure many members in this place, at least on the Conservative side, would be happy to sit down and explain some of the more complex details to them. But, Madam Speaker, clearly we have to listen to Canadians and we have to pass these laws. And I'm looking for support from the opposition side to do exactly that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. No? Pardon? Yes, that's it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member opposite is somewhat condescending when he says that new members of Parliament are perhaps unaware of the bill, of the omnibus bill. On the contrary, we are aware of it. We're aware of what it contains. We know that bills were put forth in the past. However, the provisions weren't the same. And there have been several minimum sentences added. And when the government side talks about dealing with drugs and offenders, would it be possible for the member opposite to tell us how he can justify saying that there are measures in place to help delinquents when we know that only one person out of every 5 receives assistance for mental health issues, for rehabilitation, and not many receive effective assistance?
Maria Tabasco.
I thank the member for the the question on provincial jurisdiction. I can tell the member this, that I've seen in this place some constructive work by Liberal members, by Bloc members, by NDP members on some of our legislation before. And I can assure the member that we don't believe that this is perfect legislation. It is large, and it has been around for a while, and it's not perfect, Madam Speaker. That's why there has been some changes over the summer. And we would ask for her input and all the members' input to make it even more perfect. If they see some places that we should impose minimum sentences or increase sentences for particularly violent offences or offences against children, I would suggest that the Minister of Justice would be more than happy to have your input and to implement those changes. So if you do have that, please come across and explain exactly why you think the punishment is not severe enough and why we could utilize it to rehabilitate or actually change the justice system and what's happened in this country over the last 20 or 30 years. And to be direct, Madam Speaker, to make the streets safer for Canadians and to respond better to what they want.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
For Beaches issue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech, and I'm delighted to know that he's practiced criminal law. So he'll likely know that jurisdictions around the world, including jurisdictions here in North America, including our own federal government and 5 provincial governments, are seeking ways to relieve congestion and delay in our court systems. One of my many concerns about this particular bill, Madam Speaker, is that it is in fact going to overwhelm our court system and do quite the opposite of its purported intention, which is to provide justice for victims and safer communities. So I'm wondering if the member can advise us what this bill does or what the government is prepared to do to relieve congestion and delays that will, in our court systems, in the provincial and federal levels, that will follow from this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the member's correct. It is a concern of mine as well. Having practiced law in Fort McMurray, and it was a very busy practice, criminal practice. But, you know, I also know some other statistics, Madam Speaker, and I don't have them in front of me, but from memory, I think only 6 to 8% of crimes are actually solved in this country. 6 to 8%. Madam Speaker, I also understand that somewhere around 70 or 80% of the offenses committed in this country are by somebody that's committed it before and been in jail before. Those are startling statistics, and they are troubling. I myself represented people that had 10 or 12 previous impaired driving convictions, 4 or 5 assaults, some people with 3 or 4 pages of a record, which doesn't mean 4 or 5 assaults. That probably means somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 or 40 previous convictions. And it's difficult to get convictions. We do need to send a message clearly, but to save a dime, the cost to taxpayers, the cost to people, citizens of Canada, for not making sure people pay for the crimes they commit, I would suggest far outweighs the opposite.
Reprise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, when Minister of Justice tells us that he will not govern on the basis of the most recent statistics, he is telling us, to all intents and purposes, that he's not going to use either facts or evidence to guide his decisions. Now, that's very concerning, because does that mean that we're going to have to suffer through governance that has no logic or reason for the next 4 years? Should we expect the government to rule with an iron hand without realizing that 61% of Canadians did not vote for them? And yet, after the May 2nd election, the Conservatives only won 39% of the vote, and the Prime Minister admitted that the result of the vote showed that Canadians want the parties to work together. So was that a false promise? I think that the government, and especially each member of Parliament, who are funded by taxpayers and who represent the citizens of their ridings, have the duty to govern reasonably and in a thoughtful fashion. When the government insists on adopting a bill, without having analyzed the costs of it, and yet being aware that the astronomical cost of the measures do not go to the heart of the problem, well, then that's not logical, it's not responsible, and it hasn't been thought through, and I even think that there is a case of bad faith. Madam Speaker, I have trouble believing that all Conservative members agree with the fact that the government should be plunging the provinces further into debt, given that they already have trouble making ends meet, without the slightest shred of evidence that the measures proposed will make our streets and communities safer. Just read the news or read what the experts have to say, including the Canadian Bar Association. They say that $90,000 can be saved per day, and they say that minimum sentences don't work and cost a fortune. So we should be telling the truth to the taxpayers by revealing the costs and explaining to them what the proposals are based on, especially with regard to minimum sentences. Ask them directly, would you prefer us to adopt a bill that we don't know the cost of and that could threaten health and education, or would you like us to take the time to ensure that your money will be responsibly invested in measures that will truly make your streets and communities safer? I think quite clearly that people would say yes to the second question. Madam Speaker, we are all in agreement, including the opposition members, that we need to crack down on crime. And I know that my colleagues have repeated the same thing, that where there are measures that we are ready to support immediately, such as those concerning violent crime and sexual crimes against children. However, the government seems to forget that 95% of all prisoners will eventually be released, and that the prison system is a dangerous one, where there is drug trafficking and violence, and that can create other forms of crime. So it is possible to exert more pressure on the jail system by adding in more prisoners without investing more wisely in preventive measures that go to the heart of the problem. And this could have harmful and even dangerous effects. If the purpose of this bill is truly to make our streets and communities safer, then why isn't there more investment in rehabilitation and prevention programs? Now, I know that the government doesn't like statistics, but 80% of incarcerated women are in jail for crimes related to poverty. 39% are there for crimes concerning unpaid traffic tickets. These figures, which were revealed this morning by the National Council on Social Welfare, point to the heart of the problem. It shows that also that it costs $1,400 to jail a woman who has not paid a $150 traffic ticket. I'm certain that the Minister of Finance would be delighted to hear, and I'm telling him this for free, that for every dollar the government invests in prevention and rehabilitation, it will save money on jail costs, on further crimes from community, and thus the frontline workers, such as social workers, street workers, psychoeducators in schools. All these people are anxious to have the opportunity to work on the ground to prevent crime by targeting at-risk groups, troubled youth, people with mental health problems, people from disadvantaged neighborhoods, street gangs, and young people involved in prostitution. So their work allows potential offenders to obtain help and to be referred to the appropriate services. And all the studies show that prevention is much more profitable than incarceration and repression. Prevention means that fewer crimes will be committed and Canadian society will be better off. So, less crime, fewer victims, less jail time. Isn't that more attractive in terms of a social and economic portrait? Apparently, we're not on the same page here. As members, we are all paid to make difficult decisions, that's for sure. But we are first and foremost paid to make logical decisions and to do the research work necessary to ensure that taxpayers' money is not wasted and used wisely. So why is the government in such a rush to push this bill through, given that it includes elements that show that in other countries the same measures have failed? This government looks to America to develop new policies, but why doesn't it use a concrete measure that does come from the States, showing that minimum sentences do not diminish crime related to drugs, that they cost a lot of money, and that they aggravate a number of problems of overcrowding in prisons and societal effects linked to repression? Logic tells me this. If the Conservatives really want to help to increase public safety, and I have no doubt that they do, because we all do, well, why don't they ensure that the measures proposed truly tackle the source of the problem? To do so, all they have to do is take a bit more time, do the necessary research, and base their measures on facts and on concrete examples that come from elsewhere and on responsible reasoning. We're in an uncertain economic climate, so it's not the time to press forward with laws that have totally unknown costs that would harm the economic health of countries. Because, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Justice says that he doesn't use statistics, but he talks about the price paid by victims, $99 billion, and I hope he hasn't just pulled that out of thin air. He uses this to justify the bill and to avoid our questions. But where's the evidence that this cost will drop further to the implementation of this act? I think that taxpayers are entitled to answers. If it can be clearly shown that the United States minimum sentences do not reduce crime related to drugs, well then how is it going to diminish the cost for victims? Why doesn't the government adopt measures that receive unanimous consent in the House concerning contentious measures and finding fair and intelligent solutions to ensure the safety of Canadians? And why doesn't the government show Canadians that it is ready to collaborate with the opposition parties, who represent 61% of the population, and to make decisions that have been thought through? Why don't they divide this project up, this bill up, so that we can debate them separately? The majority of Canadians are pleased to see that the government is ready to take the right decisions, and it should consult experts. And before going ahead with bills that have an unknown impact, that would be a good idea for the next 4 years. I'm therefore opposed to this grouping of bills in C10, and I urge the Conservatives to review this bill in order to allow for more healthy democratic debate for everyone. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess, it's important to understand that the member who just spoke is quite new to this place and maybe doesn't know about what's happened with this legislation in the past years. And some parts of it have been debated in this House for many years. In fact, if she had looked at the record, she would have seen that there are actually 51 days of debate on this legislation in the Canadian Parliament. There were 85 hours of debate and 223 speeches on this legislation already in committee, 58 days in committee, 123 hours of committee, and 295 witnesses. So, I guess maybe the member who just spoke didn't know that. If she had, she wouldn't be complaining that we've grouped this and we're trying to get it through sometime before Christmas. So, you have to look at the background. You have to look at what's happened before in terms of debate. And to ask for unanimous support, the member, if she had been in the House longer, would know getting unanimous support in this place is virtually impossible, rarely happens. When it does, it's on a very narrow issue, simply not realistic.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Of course, I know that there was a previous debate, a lengthy debate on many bills that have been rolled into this omnibus piece of legislation. But I would like to say, with all due respect to the member opposite, that there are many provisions that were added, especially concerning minimum sentences, and we are opposed to those measures because many studies have shown that these minimum sentences are not effective in preventing crime. And we want the focus to be on prevention. We called on the government earlier to propose improvements to this bill, and all that has been happening, that's all we've been doing over the past few days, is to propose more preventive measures, to propose more assistance for prevention, so that people who might offend, people with mental health issues, people who are disadvantaged, people who are living in poverty, people who are having housing problems, to ensure that all those people don't commit crimes. We're trying to focus on prevention, but apparently the people on the opposite side are not listening. They're not listening to these proposals. And it is not because we're new or because we're young that we're not aware of what's going on. We're here in good faith. We read, we do our research. We are trying to find common ground with the members opposite. But if we don't agree on the values that proposed, if we're not basically in agreement on these values, then we're going to oppose them, and we are going to ask the party across the way to make changes. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Etobicoke North, pardon me.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech, and she talked a lot about prevention. I'd like to share with you about some of the beautiful children with whom I've worked. They can be verbally and physically aggressive. They find it difficult to understand what people are saying to them, and they have problems managing their money, and all through no fault of their own. They are victims of fetal alcohol syndrome disorder. And as you know, exposure to too much alcohol can damage a developing baby's brain. The resulting symptoms include learning difficulties, problems processing information, poor judgment, a lack of emotional control. Many of these victims end up in difficulty with the law. I'm wondering what the member thinks Canada should be doing for these children, these adults, and to address FAS in prisons.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. I would like to thank my colleague from the Liberal Party for having asked this question, and that question touches me very deeply because I also worked I used to work at a school community. I used to be a teacher, and there are a great many children who are very happy to receive help from social workers, from psychoeducators in school communities, and who, thanks to that assistance, end up, after many treatments, they're able to manage their anger. They're able to express themselves in a nonviolent fashion. And they're able to talk about the problems they're experiencing. And so they manage to come out of their problems in a positive manner.
Member for London West.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased this afternoon to participate in the second reading debate on Bill C-10, the Safe Streets and Communities Act. Colleagues, we all know that the Safe Streets and Communities Act proposes a wide range of reforms to strengthen the law's response to several things: child sexual abuse and exploitation, serious drug, violent property crimes, terrorism, violent young offenders, offender accountability and management, and the protection of vulnerable foreign workers against abuse and exploitation. As many honourable members have noted, this bill brings together in one comprehensive package reforms that were included in 9 bills that were put before the previous Parliament and that died on the order paper with the dissolution of Parliament for the general election. Let me itemize these, Madam Speaker. These former bills are Bill C-4, Sebastian's Law, protecting the public from violent young offenders; Bill C-5, Keeping Canadians Safe, which is the International Transfer of Offenders Act; Bill C-16, the ending of house arrest for property and other serious crimes by Serious and Violent Offenders Act; Bill C-23B, Eliminating Pardons for Serious Crimes Act; Bill C-39, Ending Early Release for Criminals and Increasing Offender Accountability Act; Bill C-54, Protecting Children from Sexual Predators Act; Bill C-56, Preventing the Trafficking, Abuse, and Exploitation of Vulnerable Immigrants Act; Bill C-59, Abolition of Early Parole Act; Bill S-7, Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act; and finally Bill S-10, Penalties for Organized Drug Crime Act. Madam Speaker, many honourable members have participated in several hours of debate today and ongoing debate from the last Parliament to now. And it's clear that, obviously, that some do not share the same views as the government about the need to address crime in our society, the need to increase public safety, the need to better balance the role of victims in the justice system, and to make offenders more accountable. My remarks here today need not repeat what some of my honourable colleagues have already noted about the key features of Bill C-10 and the importance of these reforms. I propose to briefly comment on the important reforms proposed in Bill C-10 as they relate to the Youth Criminal Justice Act. The Youth Criminal Justice Act came into effect in April 2003. The reforms now proposed in Bill C-10, the Safe Streets and Communities Act, have been shaped by consultation with a broad range of stakeholders. After 5 years of experience with the Youth Criminal Justice Act, a review was launched by the Minister of Justice in 2008. This began with discussions with provincial and territorial attorneys general to identify the issues that they considered most important. In May 2008, the Minister of Justice began a series of cross-country roundtables, often co-chaired by provincial and territorial ministers, in order to hear from youth justice professionals and frontline youth justice stakeholders and others about areas of concern and possible improvements regarding the provisions and principles of the Youth Criminal Justice Act. Input from individuals and organizations was also provided through the Department of Justice website, in letters, and in in-person meetings. The results show clearly that most provinces, territories, and stakeholders believe the current youth legislation works well in dealing with the majority of youth who commit crimes. However, there were concerns about the small number of youth who commit serious, violent offenses or who are repeat offenders who may need a more focused approach to ensure the public is protected. So clearly, the message was to build upon the good foundation of the law and make much-needed improvements. So the reforms proposed in Bill C-10 reflect this. Although the Youth Criminal Justice Act is working well for most youth, particular elements of the Act need to be strengthened to ensure that youth who commit serious violent or repeat offenses are held accountable with sentences and other measures that are proportionate to the severity of the crime and the degree of the responsibility of the offender. Madam Speaker, there have been concerns voiced from many sources, and this government has responded. The reforms included in Bill C-10, previously included in Bill C-4, known as Sebastian's Law, will enhance our fair and effective youth justice system and result in a system that holds youth accountable for their criminal misconduct and promotes their rehabilitation and reintegration into society in order to promote the protection of the public. In addressing amendments to the Youth Criminal Justice Act, it is important to note that the Act's preamble specifically references that Canada is a party to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. The Youth Criminal Justice Act also recognizes that young persons have rights and freedoms, including those stated in the Charter and the Canadian Bill of Rights. Nothing in Bill C-10 will impair these rights of young persons. The Youth Criminal Justice Act provides for a range of responses that relates to the seriousness of the crime. These sentences also address the needs and circumstances of the youth and promote rehabilitation. Amendments to the Youth Criminal Justice Act will ensure that young people under 18 who are serving a custody sentence will serve it in a youth custody facility. It will no longer be possible to put young people in adult prisons or penitentiaries where the correctional regime is more suited to adults and where young people could all too easily become vulnerable to older, more hardened criminals. It is in the interests of protection of society that young people become rehabilitated, and this amendment is aimed to ensure that this takes place. While a sound legislative base is an essential part of ensuring that Canada has a fair and effective youth justice system, it is also essential to address the conditions that underlie criminal behavior if we are to achieve any long-term or meaningful solution to the problem. Conditions such as addiction, difficult childhoods, mental health, fetal alcohol syndrome, or longer-term marginalization will continue to pose challenges to solving the problems of youth offending. Our government has implemented various programs to assist in addressing these issues. The National Anti-Drug Strategy has a significant youth focus. On the prevention front, the government has launched a national public awareness program and campaign to discourage our youth from using illicit drugs. The government has made funding available under the Youth Justice Fund to pilot treatment programs that will assist with the rehabilitation of youth who have drug problems and who are in the justice system and are working towards preventing youth from becoming involved with guns, gangs, and drugs. By partnering with health, education, employment, and other service providers beyond the traditional system, we can all work together. For example, through the Youth Justice Fund, the Department of Justice provided funding to a pilot program called Career Path that offers a comprehensive, specialized service for youth in the justice system who are at risk or involved in gang activities. The program offers youth educational training and employment opportunities by connecting them with an employer who will also act as a mentor to facilitate making smart choices, foster pro-social attitudes, build leadership skills, and gain valuable employability, skills as a viable option to gang membership. Madam Speaker, the reforms to the Youth Criminal Justice Act are essential and responsive and should be supported as a key part of a broader effort on the part of the government to prevent and respond to youth involved in the justice system. I'd like to bring it a little bit closer to home, if I may, Madam Speaker. And it's the story here of Anne Tavares of London, who suffered a huge loss in November 2004 when Stephen Lee stabbed her son 28 times. Stephen Tavares was an innocent victim at the wrong place at the wrong time and irreparably scarred the lives of those who loved him forever. That loss is what happened. To compound her tragedy, her son's killer was found criminally responsible due to mental disorder and sent to an Alberta hospital the following year. He was conditionally released in May 2008 and is now living in Alberta. All of this without notification to the victim's family or public at large. Now, suffering such a loss might have destroyed an individual. However, this became an impetus for Anne's quest to make others aware of what has happened to her son and the lack of justice for this heinous crime. She has lobbied tirelessly against the inequities of the system, a system our government is now trying to fix. Anne strongly felt that there needs to be a connection between mental illness and crime, specifically that the insanity defense needs to be banned. She felt that to say a perpetrator is not criminally responsible is too subjective. Mental impairment is a defense that anyone can claim. If you commit a crime, you should be punished. She believes mental illness should not absolve someone from the crime they committed. The punishment needs to be based on the severity of the crime, and a fixed minimum time needs to be served before they are put back into the community. However, Anne did want good to come of her tragic situation. In addition to her punishment, she felt the perpetrator should get mental health treatment. And to protect innocent victims like her son and the community at large, such criminals should not be released into the community until they've been certified as not a risk to others. I would like to expand on that through the questions and answers, if I might, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Questions and comments. L'honorable...
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. I wanted to ask my colleague a question. We have a penitentiary in my riding, and I met with the staff there, and they told me that if more people go to prison, it will be harder for them. Their work will be harder and more dangerous. So I would like to hear what my colleague has to say about that and what the government's going to do to help these correctional officers. The honourable member.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I think it's thoughtful. I think it's fair. I think at the same time what we need to always recall is that this is about protecting the victims in society. And I want to honor those who take care of the guards in our systems and the administration who are responsible for ensuring that those people who need to be kept away from the general public do that. I think they do an excellent job, and I'd like to salute them in your riding, if I might, colleague, as well as all the ridings across this country. I'd like to bring this a little bit closer to home, if I might, Madam Speaker, because I'm very concerned about issues relating to crime and what are things that we can do on behalf of youth. One of the things that I do is I do a polling question every week, and I send it to some 15,000 people now through my question of the week. And it's from people right across my community, but particularly the great riding of London West. And I'd like to just provide some responses, and I hope this will give some clarity to why this bill is so important, because supporting Bill C-10, and I know we all care in this House, but this is critical. When London West residents were asked if the names of young offenders were published publicly after criminal conviction, would it hurt their chances of rehabilitation? 65% said no, it would not. My constituents were asked online, should those convicted of sex-related crimes, including pedophilia, be eligible to apply to have their criminal records pardoned? 95% no. Final question, Madam Speaker. When I asked my constituents, should opposition parties support the Conservative government's efforts to limit the ability of serious criminals and sex offenders to obtain a pardon? 94% said no.
Order. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown, a very brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question relates to the intended or unintended consequences on the budgets of provincial jurisdictions. My colleague would know full well that his government supports money for police, his government supports money for prisons, but in between police and prisons, there's a system under stress. Much of that system under stress is paid for by the provinces, the prosecutors, and the places in provincial institutions which are presently full. I realize that the bulk of his speech focused on youth criminal justice. This applies both to youth criminal justice and to adults, and I would ask for his comments on what measures are going to be put in place to allow for the provinces to tackle this financial burden that's being downloaded to them as a result of this legislation.
Member for London West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. I think you'll be very pleased with the answer. He may not be aware, but I certainly want to make all colleagues in the House and Canadians know that this government, this past year, put $2.4 billion back into the system to ensure that we can provide the kind of protection and support that our provinces need. And I'm pleased to say that we've done that, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? A brief comment, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah, you said questions, Madam Speaker? Yeah, Madam Speaker, we know full well, and I appreciate the comments from the member, but he made reference to one aspect of the bill. And I think that we need to recognize that the government is bringing forward a bill that has a series of bills that should have been bills on their own. As a result of doing that, they further complicated it by saying, now we have a limited amount of time in order to debate that bill that encompasses so many other bills. Would he not agree that what you're really doing is a disservice and disrespectful for the proceedings of the House by not allowing members to be able to deal with bills on an individual basis? And in essence, Mr. Speaker,
order, please. I must give the honourable member 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's rather interesting. When all of these bills were put forward to this House, all of our colleagues opposite had the opportunity to support them on an individual basis and chose not to. So I find it very curious that now, when we try to pull it together as one comprehensive bill, he takes a separate view. My Cape Breton mum once said, you know, about politicians, after it's all said and done, there's a lot more said than done. And it's now going to stop, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Mustard Valley.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to join the debate on C10, the Safe Streets and Communities Act. I've been very glad to see the vigorous debate that's taken place in this House, of course, over the past few days, and of course, over 79 hours of debate, which took place in the previous Parliament. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the Safe Streets and Communities Act is a piece of comprehensive legislation, that is made up of 9 separate bills. And I've heard my honourable colleagues from the opposition question the rationale of bundling this important piece of legislation together. And I'd like to speak to that point. Since taking office, our government has made no secret of the fact that we will stand up for the safety and security of Canadian families. We have been clear that we will ensure victims are heard and that victims are respected. And we've been clear that dangerous criminals belong behind bars and not in the streets where they can harm law-abiding Canadians. The Safe Streets and Communities Act and every piece of legislation within it is about fulfilling those commitments to Canadians. This is not the first piece of comprehensive legislation that our government has introduced. We are very proud to have delivered the Tackling Violent Crime Act back in 2008, an act that has now been law for some period of time. And you will recall, Mr. Speaker, that the Tackling Violent Crime Act strengthened the criminal code in a number of ways. It delivered tougher mandatory jail time for serious gun crimes. It established new bail provisions which require those accused of serious gun crimes to show why they shouldn't be kept in jail while they were waiting trial. It protected youth from adult sexual predators by increasing the age protection from 14 to 16 years of age. And it ensured more effective sentencing and monitoring to prevent dangerous high-risk offenders from offending again and again and again. It also made new ways to detect and investigate drug-impaired driving, as well as stronger penalties for impaired driving. Now, much like the Safe Streets and Communities Act, all of the provisions had been pieces of previous legislation that had been blocked in political games by the oppositions prior to 2008. But our party and our government believe so strongly in this action that we did what was in the best interest of Canadians. We bundled them into a comprehensive package known as the Tackling Violent Crime Act. And on top of this, we made that act an issue of confidence in this House. And now we find ourselves, after the May 2nd general election, in a similar position with Bill C-10, the Safe Streets and Communities Act. And as you know, this past spring, Canadians gave us a strong mandate to move forward with our law and order agenda. As part of the Conservative election platform, we made a commitment to move quickly to reintroduce legislation that had been blocked or opposed by the opposition. It has always been a point of pride, Mr. Speaker, that this government delivers on the promises we make to Canadians. And that is why we have done as we have promised, and why we are standing here today debating the Safe Streets and Communities Act. And now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk a bit about the principle of protection of society. Now, what exactly does that mean? In short, it means that when courts and government officials are making decisions, the first thing they will now consider is how will those decisions affect the greater society. It may come as a surprise to many Canadians that when it comes to the transfer of offenders, the protection of society is not currently the principle of consideration. We are currently in a situation where the Minister of Public Safety is compelled to look at a number of factors when considering whether a prisoner should be transferred back to Canada. In fact, currently the Minister is restricted in the considerations that can be taken into account when he's looking to transfer offenders. Bill C-10 will change that. This bill provides additional factors that the Minister of Public Safety may consider when determining whether to grant an offender's request to serve their sentence back in Canada. In doing so, it clarifies one of the key purposes of the International Transfer of Offenders Act, and that is to protect the safety of all Canadians. This ensures that Canadians and their families are safe and secure in their communities, and that offenders are held accountable for their actions. And Canadian families expect no less. Now, let me give you a few additional examples of what the Minister can consider when considering whether an offender should be transferred back to Canada. For example, he will consider whether the offender is likely to endanger public safety. He will consider whether the offender is going to keep engaging in criminal activities. And he will consider whether the criminal will endanger the safety of Canadian children. This legislation will also allow the Minister to consider, among other things, is the offender cooperating with rehabilitation and local law enforcement, and has the offender accepted responsibility for their actions? This means that now, when a minister makes a decision about whether an offender is transferred back to Canada, he has the ability to look at a broad range of factors that go beyond what is simply in the best interest of the offender, but to ensure protection of Canadian society will come first. Mr. Speaker, these proposed changes to the International Transfer of Offenders Act are among important changes contained within the Safe Streets and Communities Act. Others include better protection for our children and youth from sexual predators, increasing penalties for organized drug crime, preventing serious criminals from serving their sentences from the comfort of their own living rooms by ending house arrest for serious crimes. It also will protect the public from violent young offenders and eliminate pardons for serious crimes. It will increase offender accountability and support the victims of crime, and it will protect vulnerable foreign nationals from abuse and exploitation. Mr. Speaker, these are all measures in which our government strongly believes in. And that's why we promised Canadians we would bring them forward swiftly after the election. And that's why we've now introduced the Safe Streets and Communities Act. And it's also why we are hopeful that members of the opposition will do the right thing and support this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question for my colleague is, he was talking about the part of the bill that deals with offenders in prisoner, but I know that internationally, especially in the United Nations, in the United States rather, has said that transfers of inmates is an important issue, And I would like to know what he has to say about the international community's reaction to these provisions.
Well, we can always listen to people all across the world comment on the laws and legislation we pass here in Canada. But I think you might have noticed today Canada was selected as the top nation in the world. The top nation in the world. And that's because people have a positive feeling about our country. So, we can listen to what people all around the world say, or we can listen to the victims of crime in this country. That's who we're going to listen to. That's who our government listens to. Yeah. And you know what? We're going to stand up and fight to protect the families of this country.
Hear, hear. Questions and commentaires. The honor.
Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United States Supreme Court has declared that overcrowding in United States prisons to the extent of 137% results in conditions within their prisons that are cruel and unusual punishment. The overcrowding rate in prisons in British Columbia is now at 200%. This legislation is going to pack provincial institutions to a greater degree, and undoubtedly you're going to be faced with charter challenges. What measures does the government plan to take to deal with overcrowding in provincial institutions as a result of bringing in this law?
Honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for his questions. And what's important to remember is that our government is investing both in the expansion of federal prisons, and we're also supporting our provinces with investments in their justice systems. There's been no government in this country previous that has done as much to invest and support our provinces in the area of justice as the Conservative Party of Canada. We will continue to do that. We will continue to work with our provincial partners and ministers of justice across this country to make sure our communities and our people are safe.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Saanich Gilfilans.
I question the honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley. I recently came across a report from the Department of Justice of the Government of Canada from January 2002, an expert report which pans the idea of mandatory minimum sentences, concluding that it could be, quote, a colossal waste of justice system resources. I know the government members always throw back at us here that they're listening to the victims of crime and not all the experts, but surely they should listen to their own Justice Department.
Honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
And we also listen to frontline law enforcement officials from across this country. Officials like President Tom Stamanakis, who said whether it is by keeping dealers and producers off the streets and out of business or by serving as a deterrent to potential dealers, this proposed legislation will help our members in doing their jobs and keeping our communities safe. In simple terms, keep these criminals in jail longer and you take away their opportunity to traffic in drugs. We're going to continue to listen to our frontline law enforcement officers. They're the ones that are dealing with this every day. We're going to stand up and support our police across this country.
Great answer. Questions and comments. We have the time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the subject of overcrowding and double bunking, we have. I just wanted to read something from the Lyle Stewart of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers. This raises the tensions in institutions where the tension levels are already very high. There's no question that it increases inmate-on-inmate violence, but it also increases the risk when correctional officers open the cell door. Oftentimes, that's when an inmate will choose to attack an officer, but now you've got two inmates in there. So the question is, why does this government want to put at risk and endanger correctional officers, correctional service officers?
Honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Look, I think we all owe a great debt of gratitude to those people who work in our prisons day in and day out, rehabilitating criminals who are in there and actually protecting our people and keeping them safe. I share the members' concerns. To making sure that we protect these very, very brave Canadians who work in our jail system. And that is why our government is investing in expansion of jails. I actually have two in my riding, one in my hometown of Truro and one in Spring Hill. We are investing in expansion of both those prisons, making sure that we have enough personnel in those buildings and we actually have the physical space to make sure those people can conduct their jobs safely. We're going to continue to invest in our prison system. We're going to continue to invest in the human resources of the people that work in them.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of aspects of Bill C-10 that I would like to really pick up on. One of those is, of course, the issue of why it is the government has decided at this time to be able to bring in this particular bill. And it has a lot more to do with propaganda and trying to give the appearance to Canadians that they want to be tough on crime. If they really wanted to do Canadians a favor, Mr. Speaker, what they should be doing is they should be getting tough on the causes of crime, or tough on fighting crime, Mr. Speaker. This bill in itself is not going to make less or cause less crime to be committed in the streets and in our communities across our country. This is a bill that's modeled after, at least in part, the message that the government is trying to send Canadians is a message that is dated. It's a message that was tried and attempted in many years ago in the United States. It was that right-wing conservative thinking that ultimately said, if you want to beat crime, what you have to do is you got to throw people into jail and keep them in jail for a long period of time. And what ended up happening is those jurisdictions that bought into that argument, they built the jails. And those jails exceeded capacity, Mr. Speaker. Did it cause the crime rate to go down? No, it didn't, Mr. Speaker. It didn't cause crime rates to go down. In fact, if you look at some of those deep south states where they built these mega prisons and you compare it to other states in the north, say in New York or in and around that area, Mr. Speaker, you will see that the crime rates didn't go down in the deep south. It wasn't the jails. Yet this government is convinced that the way to send their message to Canadians, the way to try to appease them, the way to try to make Canadians feel that their streets are going to be safer is by bringing in legislation that would foster more jails, bigger jails. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd suggest to you that the government would do far better for making our streets safer, for making Canadians sleep better at night, by bringing forward legislation or actions that would prevent crimes from taking place in the first place. Mr. Speaker, for a number of years I was the justice critic in the province of Manitoba. I have a good sense in terms of what works and what doesn't work. I've also served on youth justice committees as a chair and as a layperson, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that there are so many other things that we could be doing that would have a far greater impact on preventing crimes. When the government, when I knock on doors in the constituency of Winnipeg North, what I tell people is that yes, I believe in consequences to crimes, and there's no doubt about that, Mr. Speaker, but I also believe that if we're going to start getting tough, let's start getting tough on fighting crime, on preventing some crimes in particular from occurring in the first place. Well, how do we do that, Mr. Speaker? In good part, it's thinking outside the box. In other ways, you don't even have to think outside of the box. You can support some of the things that are out there right now. How do we get young people, for example, to shy away from getting involved in gang activities? Serious problem in most of Canada's urban centres. I can tell you in the city of Winnipeg, it is a concern. Winnipeg's a beautiful city, love it to death. You know, there's absolutely all sorts of wonderful opportunities, and a vast majority of young people in the city of Winnipeg are outstanding youth. But there is a certain percentage of youth that have that attraction or that are being lured into getting involved in activities that are not what I would classify of benefit to the community as a whole. And there are some things that we can do as legislators to improve the likelihood of those youth not falling into the traps of prostitution or selling drugs or getting involved in drugs or gangs, I should say, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in trying to make sure as much as possible that government policy allows for us to be able to deal with the issue at hand. And the issue at hand is how do we prevent crimes from taking place in the first place. You know, I have no love or passion for pedophiles that commit these heinous crimes, Mr. Speaker. As I say, I believe in the consequences for those severe crimes. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I don't necessarily buy in to what the Americans back in 15, 20 years ago were trying. And you will find that many of those strong conservatives that advocated for the big jail concept no longer advocate for that, Mr. Speaker, because they've tried that experiment, and that experiment didn't work. Now they're talking about how it is that we're going to try to get people back into our communities, and they're trying to develop other programs in order to prevent crimes from taking place in the first place, Mr. Speaker. One could talk about, some of the bizarreness of this particular legislation. We have officers of the law on the Conservative side that talk about, the teeth that's inside this legislation. And earlier today, I made reference to a Free Press story that was on September the 26th, and it's from a province, or Ethan Barron, who is a Vancouver province columnist, not a member of Parliament. I suspect not biased. This is someone that I believe would likely not have a party membership. And what is said here? Well, a pedophile who gets a child to watch pornography with him, or a pervert exposing himself to kids at a playground, would receive minimum 90-day sentence, half the term of a man convicted of growing 6 pots of plants in his own home. Well, Mr. Speaker, I wonder to the member that canvasses his constituents and poses questions all the time to his constituents, if what his constituents would have to say about that particular quote. There are some aspects of Bill C-10 that are positive. I don't question. There are some aspects of it that are positive. But look what it is that you're proposing. You're proposing a piece of legislation that I have never experienced in my many years inside the Manitoba legislature, where you've gotten so many bills and you've put them into one ominous bill of substance. These are bills of great substance. And you're saying to this chamber that you have X number of hours, a limited time, to debate all of those bills. And listen to the argument. Well, they say, well, we have a mandate. Well, you had 39% of the Canadians that voted for you. Yes, that is a mandate, and I concede you did win the most seats. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, there's a thing called respect. This parliamentary precinct in which we're in, the House of Commons, what a privilege it is for all of us to be here. We should be respecting the fact that there is responsibility for us to be able to go through legislation in a timely fashion. It's not like these bills are putting in the word "the" and "at." They're bills of great substance. All of them that are within Bill C-10. It's a lack of respect for this chamber by trying to force through Bill C-10 and then put a time limit on it, Mr. Speaker. So now they have a grouping. Well, what's next? Are we going to see another bill that says, well, we made reference to these 25 bills in these brochures in our last election, so we now have the support of Canadians. We have the mandate for Canadians. We have this bill, this next ominous bill, where there's 25 bills, and we want you to pass these 25 bills all in one ominous bill, Mr. Speaker. I say to the Conservative government that they need to respect what's taking place today. And many of those backbenchers were not, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time in which they were elected to the House. Many of the New Democrats, first-time members of Parliament. To what degree have they been afforded the opportunity to be able to speak on each one of what should have been separate bills, Mr. Speaker? That's what the principle of this legislature is supposed to be all about. We're supposed to be here to thoroughly debate and ensure that there's accountability to all the different ministers that would have been responsible for those bills, Mr. Speaker. You say shame to the government for not recognizing the importance of democracy, for not respecting the importance of this chamber and allowing members to be able to have dialogue on it. If they want to sit 24 hours, 7 days a week, I'm game if that's what you want to do. But why put in the limits? Why force members of Parliament to have to speak for, what do we have, 10 minutes? barely enough time to address one bill, Mr. Speaker. So I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the government would be best advised to break up this bill, to look in the mirror and say, well, you know, maybe we've gone too far here. I see that my time has expired, Mr. Speaker. I hope and trust maybe I'll get a question where I can expand on.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Speaker, there are 2 points that I just wanted to raise in the brief time. It was a 10-minute speech, right? So it's only 5 that we have. So I'll be brief. There are 2 points I wanted to raise. The first is the member opposite says that our government, we don't have a mandate to actually bring in this legislation because only 39% of Canadians voted for a Conservative government. Well, I look at the results of the last election in his riding. He got 35% of the vote in his riding. What mandate does he have to tell this House what we can or can't bring forward? We won 166 seats in this House specifically on a mandate to bring forward this legislation. 39% of Canadians voted for this government in 166 seats. We have a majority government. They have 34 seats. He got 35% of the votes in his riding. What mandate does he have to stand in this House and say his constituents don't want this bill? He doesn't have that mandate. He has 35%. Now, Mr. Speaker, another thing I take offense with regard to his speech, he suggests that somehow we're going to be law and order and support the police and have prisons and have tough laws, or we can help kids on the other side and have some preventive justice. It's such a nonsensical, laughable argument that he makes that it's a this or that proposition. The fact is, we've put forward all kinds of proposals and all kinds of policies and programs to support those who are at risk. I can tell them about a project in my riding called Success that helps kids that are the most at risk, the most troubled kids in our society who live in my community who need some support and structure. These are kids who are at their last opportunity to have some structure in their lives, to have some discipline and some opportunity for growth. We funded that program, we built that program, and those kids are now moving forward in their lives. It's not a this or that proposition, it's both, and we're getting it done with 39% of the vote, not 35%.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's what happens when a government sits in power a little too long, and when they feel they have a majority, Mr. Speaker, now they believe in an arrogant way that they can do whatever it is that they want. There's a moral, if not ethical, and maybe some would suggest a legal obligation to respect the legislature, to respect parliamentary law, that there is a need, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge just because you have the most seats doesn't mean that you're a little dictator, that, Mr. Speaker, that there is an issue of respect and allowing legitimate debate on important issues facing Canadians. Just because you have a majority does not mean you get to dictate everything that happens in the country over the next 4 years in some sort of dictatorship way. In regards to programs, Mr. Speaker, he posed the question in regards to programs. If you have a limited, and believe it or not, you do have a finite amount of money, you have a choice. You can put X number of dollars here or X number of dollars there. And if you put more money over here, it means less money over here.
Order. 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 The member for Winnipeg North will come to order. We need time for I'm sure other honourable members will want to have the opportunity to put a question or comment to the honourable member, and we'll ask for questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, the member sitting on this side, for a very passionate speech. And I want to say that I agree with him on a number of issues. And one of those issues is that this Parliament has not had the time to have the kind of debate it needs to do. I've heard my colleagues saying we debated this last year, the year before, the year before. But those bills didn't pass at that time. Those bills are here before this Parliament, and I believe that this Parliament should be given the time to debate them. Going to my colleague, what kind of prevention programs could you see this bill addressing instead of the interrogation route which the members across the aisle seems to be pushing?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North, just a reminder to honourable members to put their comments and questions through the chair. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comment, and I, for one, would ultimately argue that all members should have been afforded the opportunity at some point to be able to provide commitment or comment on the legislation on all 9 of those bills that have been bundled together in this one particular bill. And I appreciate the comments. In regards to programs, there's a litany of programs. There's some programs that are currently in place, Mr. Speaker, in which we could enhance programs that would prevent youth from getting involved in gangs. You'll recall one of my first questions I ever asked in Parliament was dealing with programs like Oasis that the government was looking at cutting back on. That's programs that take high-risk youth that had a chance of going into gangs or a higher risk of going into gangs, not going into gangs, community policing. There's so many programs that we could have looked at as alternatives. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today in the House to add my voice to those of my honourable colleagues who've spoken so passionately in favour of this legislation. Bill C-10, the Safe Streets and Communities Act, represents sweeping change to laws that we believe are no longer acceptable as they stand. It enacts common-sense measures that are long overdue. On May 2nd, Canadians gave us a strong mandate to keep our streets and communities safe. Part of that means delivering on our promise to strengthen victims' rights, to protect our most vulnerable, and to make sure serious criminals serve serious sentences. Absolutely. The legislation before us will go a long way to helping us fulfill our pledge to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as we've heard during this debate, the Safe Streets and Communities Act contains many important components. These include measures that protect our children from violent sexual offenders, that restrict house arrest and conditional sentences, and that target organized crime by imposing tougher sentences on drug dealers.
Good job.
For my time today, I'll focus on the reforms to our correctional system. Specifically, these amendments enshrine in law a victim's right to participate in parole hearings and address inmate accountability, responsibility, and management under the Corrections and Conditional Releases Act. Allow me to give you a brief background to this measure. In 2007, our government undertook an important review process of Correctional Services Canada. This was done through an independent panel which studied the business plans, priorities, and strategies of the agency. The panel released its final report in December of 2007. It was entitled A Roadmap to Strengthening Public Safety, and it included no fewer than 109 recommendations that fell under 5 themes: offender accountability, eliminating drugs from prison, physical infrastructure, employability, employment, and moving to earned parole. This report represented a roadmap that would help us improve rehabilitation, provide a safer environment for employees, and most importantly, enhance public safety. Our government has already made important progress on 2 key areas laid out by that independent panel: those of drug use in our prison system and addressing the problems of offenders dealing with mental illness. The legislation before us today proposes reforms in 4 more key areas that were proposed by that independent panel some 4 years ago. These areas include providing better support for victims of crime, enhancing the accountability and responsibility of offenders, strengthening the management of offender reintegration, and modernizing prison discipline. Let's start with the first item, providing better support for victims of crime. Canadians have told us that victims of crime deserve to have their interests and concerns brought to the forefront. For me, that is certainly the priority. Mr. Speaker, the amendments we're proposing are in direct response to what we've heard from victims and victims' rights groups across our country. They've asked our government to give them a stronger voice, and we are proud to deliver. Victims often have to travel from far distances to be in attendance at parole hearings. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that under the existing legislation, the offender can withdraw their participation in the hearing at the last minute, effectively canceling the parole hearing. We believe this is fundamentally unfair to victims of crime, and we propose to fix this. The bill proposes that if an offender withdraws their participation 14 days or less before a hearing date, the parole board may still go ahead with the scheduled meeting regardless. It also gives victims the right to find out why the offender has withdrawn his or her attendance at the parole hearing. These two measures would go a long way to ensuring victims minimize further financial and emotional hardship. Bill C-10 will also make sure that victims have a legal right to attend and make statements at parole hearings. The Safe Streets and Communities Act also will amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to allow victims and their families to obtain more information about an offender through Corrections Services Canada and from the Parole Board of Canada. This includes information about the reasons for temporary absences from custody, as well as updates on the offender's participation in their correctional plan. Victims would also have the right to request information on why an offender is being transferred between institutions, and particularly, whenever possible, advance notice when the offender is being transferred to a minimum security institution.
Good idea.
They'd also be allowed to obtain information on any serious disciplinary offenses that offenders commit while serving their sentence. And just as importantly, guardians and caregivers of dependents of victims who are deceased, ill, or otherwise incapacitated will have access to the same information that victims can receive. This is important because these guardians and caregivers play an important role in the ongoing care of victims and their dependents. So in terms of providing victims more of a voice, this legislation is an important step forward that will help put victims' rights at the forefront of the corrections and parole system. And I think that should be the prime concern of all members of this House.
Absolutely.
The second change focuses on the offenders themselves. As I mentioned earlier, a key recommendation from the independent panel was to make offenders more accountable. As such, Bill C-10 contains amendments that will ensure that rehabilitation, as well as reintegration into the community, is a shared responsibility between offenders and Corrections Services Canada. The question is, what does this mean practically? It means that offenders will be required to conduct themselves in a manner that is respectful of other people and their property. It means that offenders must obey the rules set out by the institution where they are serving their sentence, as well as heed all conditions that govern release. Above all, it means restoring common sense. Offenders will simply not receive benefits for bad behavior. Offenders will also be responsible to actively participate in their correctional plan. As part of these amendments, the legislation allows for the establishment of incentive measures that will promote offender participation in their correctional plan. We firmly believe with appropriate programs and active participation from both the offender and the correction system that many individuals can become law-abiding citizens. The successful rehabilitation and reintegration of an offender into a community is a shared responsibility. We are committed to providing appropriate programs to offenders, but it's only fair to expect offenders to do their part. That is the message that we have heard consistently from Canadians, from victims, from advocacy groups, and from our corrections officers. By enshrining in law the importance of correctional plans, we're sending a message that engaging offenders in their own reintegration into the community is an important part of our correctional system. Both the Offender and Correctional Service Canada have a part to play in meeting that objective. These reforms will also take particular note of offenders with mental health issues and ensure that their correctional plans are developed properly. This is reasonable and fair. The correctional plan will play an important role in the lives of each offender, setting out the expected behaviors, the need to participate in rehabilitation programs, and also the requirement to fulfill all court-ordered financial obligations. The third part of these reforms, Mr. Speaker, involves how offenders are managed in the community. For example, the amendments will give police the power to arrest an offender without a warrant if it appears that he or she is in violation of their release conditions. It will automatically suspend the parole or conditional release of an offender if that individual receives a new custodial sentence. We come now to the final area of reform related to this component of Bill C-10. This covers amendments to modernize the system of prison discipline. Specifically, 2 new disciplinary offenses will be created. First, knowingly making a false claim for compensation from the Crown. And second, throwing a bodily substance at another person. The reforms will also address disrespectful and abusive behavior. We also propose to allow the Commissioner of Correctional Service Canada to designate subpopulations. And by this I mean moving beyond the traditional designations of minimum, medium, and maximum. This will better reflect the diversity of the inmate population and the challenges of managing subgroups that are often incompatible. Mr. Speaker, these measures will go a long way toward our commitment to transform our correction system and to put victims first. We believe these changes are needed, and they're needed now. I urge the NDP to finally stop putting the rights of criminals ahead of the rights of law-abiding Canadians and support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Repentigny.
This project of law, and I don't understand it on a lot of levels. The problem that we have right now is that the honourable member seems to think that she knows what she's talking about correctionals, and I have 8.5 years in the belt, and I know what I talk about when I talk about victims in correctional service. Now, the question that I have here is that, all this being said, do you not touch directly with this project the federal institution? What about the provinces that right now are absolutely incapable of handling what's going on with the surplus of criminals? And what is your plan? Because apparently this government has said, Mr. President, that they do not intend to give any money whatsoever to the provinces for this project of law. Thank you.
Just remind honourable members to direct their questions and comments through the chair, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thanks very much. In fact, we just provided $2.4 billion very recently. Wow. But, you know, more to the point, though, I think the fundamental issue here is that we're just expressing far too much sympathy for the criminals, when in fact most Canadians would want us to express our sympathy for the victims. And that's what this bill does.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
For Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question comes from the perspective as a new member of Parliament, and I am, quite frankly, having some difficulty as a new member of Parliament wrestling with my obligation as a parliamentarian to be able to debate this bill in an abbreviated fashion when the costs to the Canadian taxpayer, both from a federal perspective and a provincial perspective, have not been made clear. I know my colleague is also newly elected and not overly partisan. I wonder whether she shares my difficulty in fulfilling her role as a parliamentarian in debating a bill that has not been costed at either the provincial or the federal level.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Well, it's wonderful to take a question from my critic on Veterans Affairs. So I thank you for this opportunity to respond. In fact, as I mentioned in my speech, an independent panel was commissioned some 4 years ago to look at the situation in our prisons, and they came out with over 100 individual recommendations. This bill, in its component parts, has been before this legislature a number of times over a number of years. It has been studied, it's been debated, it's been discussed. At some point, I think Canadians want us to act in the best interest of victims. This report has been gathering dust on bookshelves for over 4 years. Only 2 of its recommendations were implemented. We propose, through this comprehensive legislation, to finally implement many of the additional recommendations. So thank you.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the parliamentary secretary whether she is aware that in Quebec, Bill C-10 is simply not accepted. I have a unanimous motion from the National Assembly when the Conservative government had brought forward that bill in an omnibus fashion concerning justice, and it said that the Quebec philosophy concerning rehabilitation and social reintegration with regard to criminal justice is not, those values are not preserved in Quebec. the youth centres in Quebec spoke out against this bill, and so did the Quebec Bar Association. So if the parliamentary secretary is not aware of that, I can send her the documents. But if she is aware of that, well, then I would like to ask her why the government does not agree to split this bill, because there are some good measures, but there are a number of measures that are simply not accepted in Quebec. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I would like to thank the member for his question.
In fact, I reject the premise of the question. I sincerely doubt that Quebecers as a whole would somehow not support allowing victims to show up at parole hearings. Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine that Quebecers as an entire group, as an entire province, would not want their victims notified when a criminal decides to withdraw their participation in a parole hearing at the last minute. Do Quebecers truly want victims to have to show up, go to great expense to get to a parole hearing, just to have nobody show up there? Now they've got to go all the way back home at great emotional and financial cost to themselves. That's ludicrous. I don't believe that for an instant.
Hear her. Before I call on the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands for resuming debate, I'll inform her that we'll only have 2 minutes remaining until the time allotted for this debate. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the clock is ticking and this debate is closing far too soon for those of us who believe that we are on the verge of a very large, serious mistake the future parliamentarians will have to struggle to correct. First, let me say the honourable government benches and the members here where we agree, I would happily vote for the Victim of Terrorism Act. I would vote to change the Criminal Records Act from pardon to be replaced with record suspension. But I'll be forced to vote against this legislation if it comes packaged with sections that will cause this country nothing but grief. I wish to say to all honourable members on the government side whose talking points have repeatedly forced them to say that those who question the flawed premise of mandatory minimum sentences have somehow sided with criminals against victims. Nothing could be further from the truth. Members of my family are involved in law enforcement. People close to me have been murdered. It's not as though we side with criminals when we recognize a piece of legislation is so egregiously flawed that this place should say no. We look at all the evidence from criminologists, not just one or two, but all of them. We look at evidence from our own Department of Justice that studied this matter in 2002. We look at what's happening in the U.S., not only with the fact that their prisons are full of people, but their prisons are full of people disproportionately low income and black. And we look at what could happen in this country where we've seen the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, the report on the Commission on Systemic Racism in the Ontario justice system, and we know that with this legislation, without a lot changing, we will disproportionately fill our jails with people who should not be in jail. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that this legislation will cost us billions, which has not been fully costed, and yet in the end of the day, it may actually result in weaker sentences for those who deserve higher sentences because we will ruin the opportunity for judicial discretion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comme il est 18h15, conformément à l'ordre adopté le mardi 27 septembre 2011, il est de mon devoir d'interrompre les délibérations et de mettre au voie sur la Chambre toute question nécessaire pour disposer de l'étape de la deuxième lecture du projet de loi dont la Chambre est
of the second reading stage, and the question is as follows.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moved that Bill C-10, an act to enact the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act, and to amend the State Immunity Act, the Criminal Code.
Substances Act, shall I dispense? Dispense. Mr. Casey, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House, shall I dispense? I didn't hear any noise. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Test, test, test. Test, test.
Order,
please. The question is the following. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moved that Bill C-10 enact the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act and to amend the State Immunity Act, the Criminal Code, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, the Immigration...
Mr. Casey, seconded by Mr. Lammer, moved the following amendment. The motion be amended by deleting... May I dispense? May I dispense? I dispense? The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Leblanc La Salémar.
Madame Leblanc La Salémar.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe Dagot.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe
Ms.
Dagot.
Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Madame D.
Madame D.
De retour à Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Sabaïsen.
Miss Sitsabaïsen.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Ravigna.
Monsieur Ravigna.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Monsieur Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Hassenia.
Madame Hassenia.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Coderre.
Monsieur Coderre.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Kerry-Janis.
Mr. Kerr-Janis.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpolagia.
Mr. Scarpolagia.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr.
Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blanny.
Mr. Blanny.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcroft.
Mr. Brightcroft.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Zablonski.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Dijkstra.
Mr. Dijkstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Findlay, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen Tobik McTaquac.
Mr. Allen Dubic McTaquac.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs.
Mr.
Block.
Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr. Woodworth.
John. Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton. Yeas pour 133, 133. Nays contre 159, 159.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment defeated.
This question is as follows. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moved that Bill C-10, an act to enact the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act, and to amend... May I dispense? Dispense? All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashaway.
Mr. Panashaway.
Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Pocahontas.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Pocahontas.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blanny.
Monsieur Blanny.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcroft.
Mr. Brightcroft.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Valicock.
Mr. Valicock.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown-Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown-Leeds Granville.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Findlay Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs.
Mr.
McLeod.
Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Alan Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Alan Tibic McTaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Walkerton.
Mr. Walkerton.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Ratgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aston.
Mr. Aston.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leach.
Mr. Leach.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. Toth.
Mr. Toth.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr.
Mr.
Wilkes.
Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Order. 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 All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Leblanc-la-Salémar.
Madame Leblanc-la-Salémar.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe,
Ms.
Bagotte.
Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame
Mrs.
Brosseau.
Sitzabaisen.
Ms. Sitzabaisen.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toole.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame
Mr.
Grosguet.
Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Ravigna.
Monsieur Ravigna.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Les Sims Newton North Delta.
The Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Blanchette.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Assegna.
Madame Assegna.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Nunez Mello.
Monsieur Nunez Mello.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr.
Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Kerry-Janis.
Mr. Kerry-Janis.
Ms. Grohl.
Ms. Grohl.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Valeriat.
Mr. Valeriat.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Ms. May.
Ms. May. Yeas pour 159, 159. Nays contre 134, 134.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
They'll do that, actually. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I brought a question to the House that was really a humanitarian question. It was a question about services for veterans that were missing, that were causing great problem for an individual who didn't deserve that kind of neglect. The answer I got back to a genuine concern was a pure platitude. So I'm going to give the Conservative government opposite another opportunity to address this concern from a constituent in Vancouver Quadra. Mr. Speaker, the essence of my concern is that Veterans Affairs is failing those that it's designed to serve, and that this government's spending priorities are completely out of whack. They have allowed this problem to happen. And just to recap my question, it was about retired Major Gordon McLean Logan, a 93-year-old veteran wounded 6 times in World War II in Italy, whose entire career was spent in the military. This gentleman has been using the Veterans Independence Program, which he's entitled to, and that has helped maintain his independence. His caseworker used to come to his house to meet with him when necessary. But over the past 3 years, the Veterans Affairs Canada caseworkers have become swamped, and retired Major Logan and his family have had to pull teeth to get service. Major Logan had been restricted to his home for more than 6 months due to mobility issues that were completely preventable. Veterans Affairs Canada had authorized equipment and then failed to complete the paperwork so it could be installed. Finally, Major Logan's own daughter paid upfront for the porch lift, put her own money on the line for this in order to help her father. And a complaint was filed with the Veteran Ombudsman, but family had never heard back. So that was the case that I brought to the minister. Since I have raised this issue in the House and written a letter to the minister, I will acknowledge that Veterans Affairs Minister's Office attempted to reach the family. They left a message. However, when the family tried to call back, their messages were never answered. and the Veteran Ombudsman Office did call the family that had filed this complaint. They left a message, and when the family made several attempts to call them back, they received a message saying that the Ombudsman Office could not take calls. So, unfortunately, Major Logan has been in a rehabilitation in a transitional care unit because of a progressive debilitation and weakness from not having mobility. The family is optimistic that he will get home soon and think future will be better. But my question really is, why is this government spending $450 million just this year on one of the parts of the Conservative crime bill and neglecting Veteran Affairs Canada and all of the invisible veterans that don't have the family or the ability to actually file a complaint and insist on help?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question on behalf of Canada's decorated veterans. Well, I've not personally met Major Logan. His service in the Second World War tells us everything we need to know about this retired Major's devotion to Canada and to his dedication to our shared values, peace, freedom, and democracy. In fact, I'm sure that all Canadians feel the same gratitude and pride knowing Mr. Logan's remarkable story of courage and sacrifice. I'm sure they are also concerned, as am I, to hear that Mr. Logan is in a failing health and that he may not be receiving all of the help that he has earned and that he so much deserves. I'd like to reassure this House that our government is committed to ensuring that all veterans receive the services and benefits they are entitled to without fail and without exception. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for her question regarding the spending on behalf of veterans. It is an issue which seems to receive too little attention in this chamber, and so I welcome the chance to share the facts. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I believe Canadians will be reassured to know that over the past 5 years, our government has invested heavily in veterans and their families. That includes investing in sweeping improvements through the new Veterans Charter, doubling the number of operational stress injury clinics. These are facilities where soldiers who return emotionally scarred from the intensity and trauma of the theater can receive support and assistance in their recovery. We've also established the Veterans Bill of Rights and created the Office of the Veterans Ombudsman to strengthen the government's ability to respond quickly and fairly to the concerns of Canada's veterans. It includes extending the Veterans Independent Program to more widows and widowers of veterans and restoring and expanding benefits to our allied veterans. Mr. Speaker, we've done all this for one reason, and one reason only, because it is the right thing to do on behalf of Canada's veterans, because we owe them so much, and because we intend to, in the best ways we can, to repay the enormous debt of gratitude that they have earned on behalf of this country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Veteran Affairs caseworkers are overworked, calls are not being answered, veterans are imprisoned in their own homes through lack of services that they've been promised. So how can this government explain that they would rather spend $500 million on one crime bill rather than support veterans in their time of need? How can this government explain that yet another tax cut to the largest and most profitable corporations, and yet Veterans Affairs will be seeing budget cuts because of the profligate spending in the past by this government? Think of the inhumanity of the choices that are being made by this government, and think of the access to services being denied to our veterans through the shortcomings in planning and compassion on the part of the Conservative government.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to repeat that Canadians are grateful for retired Major Logan's service to our country, and we understand the great debt we owe all of our veterans. That is why we've worked so hard over the last 5 years to make improvements to the benefits and the services for these courageous men and women. That is why we continue to invest in the benefits and programs that will make a real difference in the lives of our veterans. And that is why new enhancements to the new Veterans Charter will come into force within the coming weeks. And that is why new enhancements to other programs have already been implemented, whether it's the operational stress injury clinics or the improved programs for wounded soldiers who come back from theater. We are continuing to make the investments in ensuring that those who serve us are treated with the utmost care, that every one of their needs, to the best of our ability, is fulfilled, and we will continue to work with veterans to ensure that they are honored and that they receive the care and the love that they deserve. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise again today to talk again about the Canada-U.S. border, in particular the Windsor-Detroit corridor. I asked a question on June 21st to the Minister because we have that border crossing, a brand new crossing, blocked by the state of Michigan right now. We have a situation, Mr. Speaker, where this corridor along the Windsor-Detroit Gateway has 40% of Canada's daily trade, and we have aging infrastructure. So from that, I started actually my municipal career in 1997, having the first public meeting to get a new border crossing. And since that time, we've gone through a lot of ups and downs, pushing several governments to finally get a new border crossing capacity to deal with the challenges of the modern infrastructure necessary to be competitive with the United States. And finally, we actually had an agreement through the DRIC process where there is a binational planning process to create that new infrastructure. A lot of compromise has taken place to get to the point where we are, but what we've seen over in Michigan and Lansing is the blocking of the actual final decision necessary to get that bridge built. And it's very important, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of Canadian trade, jobs, and also just even our social economy moving back and forth is dependent upon this new crossing. And it has been blocked now for a number of months, and this government, I asked them to intervene in June to be more forceful, to be more active, to be more engaged, because what we have is a private American citizen who owns the Ambassador Bridge lobbying with millions of dollars to protect basically his empire and his monopoly. And that's at the expense of the environment, the economy, and with more delays, we're seeing now the expense of the project will now go up. Things do not go down. And so we're going to see greater cost borne by citizens, and also the payback for the project will take longer. So what I wanted the minister at that time is to get more engaged in June, and now what we have is Michigan still debating this law in Lansing right now, and we're still see a vacuum of leadership from the Minister of Transport on this file. We have not seen the type of leadership necessary to get the ball over the goal line, so to speak. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that it's not just seen as a local issue. This is one of the biggest infrastructure projects in Canadian history. It is one of the most important things for our trade to the economy to the United States. 34 states have Canada as a #1 trading partner, and this is the conduit and lifeline for much of that trade. It affects everything, Mr. Speaker. A good quick example is the auto industry. Say, for example, an automobile built in Windsor or one built in Detroit, Michigan, like the Volt, literally will have a number of times the parts going back and forth across the border. So that's why businesses have been in favor of this. This is why environmental groups have been in favor of this, to get some of the idling trucks off the city streets. There's been great compromise by the citizens who have to bear the result of the construction and the subsequent inconvenience, but we need this to be successful right now, and we need better leadership from this government to make sure that Michigan knows we need to get this across the goal line, and this government also has to engage in Washington to make sure that Washington is pushing this issue as well.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member will be pleased to learn that I agree with him. And most of the action that he has implored on this government is already done. We support the bridge. We've set aside the funds. We have a plan to recover the costs through a system of tolls. And we are accelerating to the best of our ability the approvals for the entire construction to go ahead. He correctly points out that the decision now rests with the Michigan legislature, and that it is up to legislators in that body to decide whether or not they want to have the jobs, the economic opportunity, and the enormous spin-offs that this project will engender in their communities. And so we have, to date, we have worked with businesses and other stakeholders who share our interests. They include local communities, unions, trade associations, Michigan's Fortune 500 companies, the big three automakers, the chambers of commerce, Michigan agri-food industry, and neighboring states. All the benefits of this project are accrued to them, and as such they are supporting the project and exercising their influence accordingly. Most significantly, though, since taking office in January 2011, Michigan governor and the lieutenant governor have become strong champions of the project. This government has made an effort to assist the governor with his efforts in convincing the Michigan legislators to support the building of the crossing. Our Consul General in Detroit has been promoting the project at every opportunity. He's been delivering speeches to business groups, chambers of commerce, and has met individually with Michigan legislators in an effort to educate them and the citizens of the benefits of this new crossing. We've also been working closely with the Canadian Embassy in Washington in providing outreach and advocacy to ensure that accurate information about the project is present. Officials from Transport Canada have also been making and will continue to make significant efforts to advance this project. They have conducted detailed briefings on the project with state senators and other legislators to answer any questions that may remain. As all honourable members will know, the honourable member will know, as he participated in the event staged last month by Transport Canada. We've also conducted several tours with Michigan legislators and border stakeholders. In June, a senior official from Transport Canada, along with our Consul General in Michigan, Detroit, testified at the Senate Economic Committee and reiterated Canada's financial commitment of $550 million to cover the costs of project components in Michigan that would not be funded by the public-private partnership to ensure that this project moves ahead. Mr. Speaker, we are 100% behind this project. We will continue to work towards its success.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's intervention. What I think that needs to happen next, Mr. Speaker, is there needs to be a greater emphasis again back in on Washington to get Michigan moving again, and there needs to be a real analysis of the current Ambassador Bridge by this government in terms of its safety record, auditing its structure, all those things. The International Bridge and Tunnel Act came into effect a number of years ago. Ourselves as New Democrats worked with Minister Cannon at that time to get some amendments to that bill, so there was compromise on both sides to ensure that the legislation was passed full. I'd ask the Parliamentary Secretary to go back to the Minister and encourage him to get into Lansing himself, as well as other senior officials, and as well to Washington, where we need that full court press to get the job done. The U.S. is having another round of negotiations, or actually elections. Matty Maroon, who owns the Ambassador Bridge, provided over $1 million in financing to elected officials in the United States during the last session. There's probably going to be more of that influence happening again, and that's the challenge that we face, is just getting it over the last hump.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, I have to agree with the honourable member. Thank him for his intervention on this important subject. The latest developments in the decision-making of the Michigan government is that the Senate Economic Development Committee in that state has now resumed hearings on the crossing. Our government remains committed to the project. We are pushing hard to convince and to inform honourable members of that chamber of the worthiness of this project, and we expect that there will be a vote sometime either in the late fall or early winter, and we will continue to press as hard as we can to ensure that jobs, opportunity, and growth are achieved by proceeding with this important project. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me this evening at this later hour. But I do want to thank you for allowing me these few moments to discuss an issue that I brought up in the House some time ago. And in general, it is about an issue of grave importance for Newfoundland and Labrador. It's an issue that certainly deals with the safety factor of Newfoundland and Labrador, and it certainly deals with the entire East Coast, because we're talking about two entities here. So let me just recap for just a moment. We had what was because of the last budget, we had the closure of a sub-center that we call Maritime Rescue Sub-Center into St. John's, Newfoundland, one also in Quebec. Now, what these two centers provided was obviously that extra amount of assistance to the larger centers, which are described as the JRCC, or the Joint Rescue Coordination Center. And what they do is that they handle incoming calls of people in distress, primarily in the offshore area. Now, for this, we have two departments coming together. We have Fisheries and Oceans, as well as Department of National Defense, coming together to handle these situations. One is primarily the vertical lift, or lift from the air, is what you see, which is a part of Search and Rescue, Department of National Defense, and of course, my question that was answered by the Fisheries Minister on that day obviously dealt with the Coast Guard. And of course, the Coast Guard, even though they're their own special operating agency, they're still part of Department of Fisheries and Oceans. So, what brings on this closure? What certainly provides the evidence that is available for them to see that the closure of this center can be absorbed, not just from a financial aspect, but also from a safety aspect? It is an incredibly busy site. It is busy in the sense that a lot of the calls that are local come into this one particular center because these people who work in the centers certainly know the geography. And they certainly know their jobs extremely well. Now, what's happening is these positions are being absorbed at the JRCC, which is in Halifax. And there is nothing, I wish no ill will towards this particular center in Halifax. They do a wonderful job as well. But there are aspects of the MRSC, which was in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, that will be closed that are desperately needed in this area. And I'll give you one quick example. Ice survey. Ice surveys are done across the country, headquartered here in Ottawa. It's a National Ice Service. They do some work in the MSRC and the reason why they do some of it there is because it is a local aspect. It is a local investigation that they must undertake. Therefore, they leave Ottawa, they go to St. John's, Newfoundland, and they monitor the ice situation. The vast majority of ice observations take place across the eastern part of the island. This is a good example of why this center exists in the first place. So therefore, I ask, humbly, towards the parliamentary secretary, I would like to ask him about what constitutes the decision to say that we can close this center down and safety will not be compromised because the evidence proves otherwise.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my honourable colleague, Member of Parliament for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, for the opportunity to comment on the consolidation of the St. John's Maritime Rescue Sub-Centre with the Joint Rescue Coordination Centres in Halifax and Trenton. I know he works hard for his constituents and the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, so I understand and appreciate his interest in this matter. Well, let me start with the bottom line, Mr. Speaker. Maritime safety continues to be the top priority of the Canadian Coast Guard, whose men and women, day in and day out, work to provide important and essential services, including ice breaking, aids to navigation, waterways management, marine communication and traffic services, environmental response, and search and rescue coordination and response services, the issue that we're discussing here this evening. Currently, to provide search and rescue coordination service, the Canadian Coast Guard jointly operates with Canadian Forces, as my colleague has said, 3 joint search and rescue coordination centres across Canada. In addition, the Canadian Coast Guard manages 2 marine rescue sub-centres in St. John's and Quebec City. Now, those were started in 1976, but many factors have changed in the way search and rescue is coordinated since then. Current navigation technologies, alerting technologies, and communication technologies allow us to safely and efficiently coordinate search and rescue efforts from one centre within each of the search and rescue regions that cover Canada. By consolidating sub-centres of St. John's and Quebec, this initiative would see the integration of all search and rescue coordination functions, both marine and air, at the 3 existing centres. Marine search and rescue mission coordinators will work side by side with their Canadian Forces colleagues, facilitating a stronger cooperation in search and rescue coordination. The consolidation of rescue sub-centres will improve the efficiency of Coast Guard operations. I would like to emphasize that consolidation will not impact the excellent search and rescue coordination service that we currently provide to the maritime community in Newfoundland and Labrador and Quebec. As we move forward, we will ensure implementation will be seamless and there will be no negative impacts to the aeronautical or maritime search and rescue services in Canada or to the safety of life at sea. I would also like to point out that by joining Coast Guard Marine Search and Rescue Coordination Service currently provided in St. John's and Quebec, with the joint rescue coordination centres in Halifax and Trenton, we expect to improve coordination by locating all Coast Guard and Canadian Forces search and rescue services within the same centres. Now, I would like to reiterate that no changes are being made to the Canadian Coast Guard's capacity on the water. Canadian Coast Guard response resources will continue to work with other search and rescue service delivery partners, such as Canadian Forces assets, volunteers, and other local resources to respond to every distress call. All officers, helicopters, and vessels, including the 2 heavy icebreakers that were recently moved to the St. John's area, will remain in Newfoundland and Labrador. We will continue to ensure that local knowledge and expertise is embedded in the tools and training of the crews, mariners, and Coast Guard employees. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reaffirm the Department's commitment to ensuring the safety of the maritime community in Newfoundland and Labrador and in the rest of Canada through the Coast Guard's Search and Rescue Service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank my colleague. He's been Parliamentary Secretary for quite some time. He certainly knows the issues. And I do want to say to him, though, I have a few questions in this particular case, because I think that when we talk about these centres themselves, he mentioned the fact that with one centre closing, the resources and the staff that were there are now being moved into one centre, and how that creates an advantage. I need to grasp just how exactly that is supposed to work if the groupings of these people are to improve the services, but you eliminate the aspect that was local. You eliminate the fact that these people are no longer on the ground. And a good illustration of that would be the situation in Quebec City, where language becomes that barrier. So if he could specifically address that, the language issue, as well to put some more detail as to why the grouping of these individuals into one centre in Halifax and closing down the sub-centre is going to improve that service. And the final point, dollar value. How much money will this move save? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's our view that the consolidation of these sub-centres is a timely and sound decision given the evolution of technology in search and rescue over the past 30 years. By consolidating our search and rescue coordination services, we will continue to provide the high level of service that we always have, but we will do it in a way that brings value to Canadians. Again, safety will continue to remain the highest priority for the Coast Guard. So any reports that this decision will impact search and rescue response on the water are simply not true. Very careful thought was given to this decision by the Minister and the Coast Guard. There will be the same level of capacity on the water. Local knowledge will continue to be used in search and rescue coordination, and service will continue to be available in both official languages. Mr. Speaker, this is a responsible decision on behalf of Canadians.
motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.